A man's pipe lies cold on a chart table. A child's doll rests on a perfectly made bed. The sea, indifferent, rocks the empty ship. This is the enduring curse of the ghost ship. A vessel, fully provisioned, sails on. But the crew, the passengers, the very soul of the journey, is gone. The legend begins with the creak of timber and the whisper of the wind, a story born from the isolation of 17th century sailors staring into the abyss for years. A captain's last log entry is a frantic scrawl. A schooner is found aground, its lifeboats vanished. In the Arctic, a steel hull groans, trapped in ice for eternity. A final, chilling Morse code signal cuts through static. I die. From the Mary Celeste's abandoned breakfast to a nameless tanker drifting in the modern Gulf, the question is the same. Why? Is it human panic, mechanical failure, or something the sea itself claims? We have mapped the ocean floor. We can track every container across the globe, yet these silent hulls still slip through the cracks of our understanding. The Bermuda Triangle is an invention. The real map of mystery is written in ship's timber and cold steel, a pattern of loss spanning centuries. This is not a story of monsters. It is a forensic journey into the moments when order collapses, when a ship becomes a tomb, and when the most advanced technology of its age simply vanishes. We follow the evidence from sailor superstition to satellite imagery, chasing a truth that has always stayed one wave ahead of us. These are not 16 random tragedies. They're a single, repeating symptom. A warning from the deep that our mastery of the sea is an illusion. The ocean is the largest crime scene on Earth. And the evidence is still sailing. The sea has its own language. It speaks in the groan of timber, the hiss of foam on a midnight wave, the sudden silence when the wind dies. And for centuries sailors have strained to listen, translating its murmurs into stories. Stories of monsters from the deep, of sirens on the rocks, of storms that seem to have a malevolent will. But no story the ocean ever told has echoed longer or sailed further than that of the ship that can never make port. A vessel condemned to ride the gales for all eternity, its spectral sails forever filled with a ghostly wind. This is not merely a tale, it is the origin point, the first and most enduring ghost ship legend of them all. It is the story of the Flying Dutchman. That story was born from a specific time, a specific place, and a very specific kind of loneliness. The 17th century was the golden age of Dutch seafaring. The Verenigde Oost Indische Compagnie, the Dutch East India Company, was not just a business, it was a sovereign power with its own army, its own currency, and a monopoly on trade that stretched from the spice islands of the East Indies to the taverns of Europe. Its ships, known as East Indiamen, were floating fortresses, the largest and most complex machines of their day. And the men who sailed them embarked on voyages that could last for years. A single round trip from Amsterdam to Batavia and back was a 2-year odyssey. These sailors lived in a world of profound isolation, a wooden island surrounded by an endless, indifferent ocean. They faced scurvy, shipwreck, and hostile shores. In such a world, the line between reality and superstition grew thin. The mind, starved for familiarity and haunted by perpetual danger, began to populate the emptiness. The creak of the rigging became a voice. A strange light on the water became an omen. Folklore was not mere entertainment. It was a psychological coping mechanism, a way to explain the unexplainable and to give a human face, however terrifying, to the capricious fury of the sea. The legend of the Flying Dutchman grew from this fertile, fearful soil. It was a story told by men who had stared too long at the horizon, who had felt the true weight of their own insignificance beneath the southern stars. And every legend needs its villain, or perhaps its tragic hero. The most enduring version of the tale gives us Captain Hendrik van der Decken. The year is vaguely the 1640s. His ship, a fast and proud vessel, is battling to round the Cape of Good Hope, the Cape of Storms, as the Portuguese rightly named it. This was the great maritime turning point, the gateway to the riches of the East, and it was notoriously treacherous. A violent tempest rises, a storm of biblical ferocity that threatens to dash the ship against the sheer cliffs of the cape. The crew begs him to turn back, to seek shelter, but Van der Decken is a man of immense pride and stubborn will. He is determined to keep his schedule, to conquer the Cape. As the storm reaches its peak, he is said to have sworn a terrible, blasphemous oath. He cursed God and vowed he would round that cape even if he had to sail until the Day of Judgment. In some tellings, he even fires a pistol at the heavens. The response is immediate and final. A ghostly figure appears on the deck, or a voice booms from the clouds. For his hubris, for his defiance of the divine, Van der Decken and his entire crew are condemned. They are denied the peace of death or the comfort of port. Their punishment is to sail the seas around that cursed cape forever, a phantom ship and a phantom crew, a perpetual warning to all who witness them. For centuries the Flying Dutchman remained just that, a sailor's yarn, a piece of folklore traded in waterfront taverns. But then, in the late 19th century, something extraordinary happened. The legend received the witness of unimpeachable credibility. In the summer of 1881, a young naval cadet serving aboard HMS Bacchante, a British Royal Navy ship, was on a training cruise off the coast of Australia. That cadet was Prince George of Wales, the future King George V. On the night of July 11th, he made an entry in his official logbook, a document meant for naval review, not for storytelling. He wrote that at 4 o'clock in the morning, a strange red light was sighted, which, as the dawn approached, resolved itself into the shape of a ship. A phantom ship, glowing against the pre-dawn gloom. What makes this account so compelling is its matter-of-fact detail and its multiple witnesses. Prince George noted that 13 men, including the officer of the watch and the lookout, all saw it simultaneously. The apparition, he recorded, remained visible for several minutes before fading away. Here was no drunken sailor's tale, but a sober, collective observation recorded by a future monarch in a Royal Navy log. The Flying Dutchman had been sighted, and its existence was now, for many, a documented fact. Of course, the modern world seeks explanations in the physical, not the spectral. And science offers a compelling one for such phantom ship sightings, particularly around places like the Cape of Good Hope. The phenomenon is known as a fata morgana, a complex mirage caused by a temperature inversion. When a layer of warm air sits atop a layer of much colder air near the sea's surface, it acts like a lens bending light. A ship that is physically over the horizon, dozens of miles away, can have its image projected, distorted, and lifted into the sky. It can appear upside down, stretched into towering castle-like forms, or seem to sail straight through solid cliffs. To a superstitious crew on a lonely watch, such a vision, a ship hovering in the air where no ship could possibly be, or approaching through a headland, would be utterly terrifying. It would be a ghost ship. The science is clear, and it explains many historical sightings. Yet, it does not entirely dissolve the mystery, it simply moves it, for the Fata Morgana requires a real ship to project. In the empty waters off the Cape, or in the remote seas where Prince George claimed his sighting, what was the original vessel? And why did its mirage form take the specific, recognizable shape of a 17th century Dutch East Indiaman? The true power of the Flying Dutchman legend lies not in its possible scientific debunking, but in its profound narrative architecture. It established, once and for all, the core template for every ghost ship mystery that would follow in its wake. First, the vessel itself, forever in motion yet never arriving. A ship without a crew, or with a crew of the damned, silently performing their eternal duties. Second, the impossible journey, sailing against impossible storms, appearing in places it cannot be, defying the very laws of geography and time. And third, the omen. To see the Flying Dutchman is universally considered a harbinger of doom, a sign of imminent catastrophe for the witness. These three elements, the crewless vessel, the impossible journey, the warning of doom, would be replicated again and again in the very real, very documented cases of ships found drifting, abandoned, with no logical explanation. The Flying Dutchman provided the vocabulary for maritime mystery. When the Mary Celeste was found silently sailing herself, her crew vanished, the world already had a framework to understand her. She was a Flying Dutchman made flesh and timber. This template endured because it was rooted in a brutal, tangible reality. The Cape of Good Hope was not just a scenic landmark, it was a maritime graveyard. Between the years 1600 and 1900, as global trade exploded, hundreds of ships met their end on its razor-sharp rocks or in its unpredictable, violent storms. The Birkenhead, the Waratah, countless East Indiaman and merchant vessels, thousands of lives were swallowed by that stretch of water. The legend of the Flying Dutchman is, at its heart, a monument to those losses. It is the ocean's memory of every captain who pushed his luck too far, of every crew that vanished without a trace. The phantom ship is a collective ghost, sailing forever as a memorial to all the real ships that never made it home. The folklore gave a name and a story to the sheer, overwhelming danger of the place. It transformed random, tragic geology into a narrative with a face and a curse. You could chart the reefs and teach the currents, but you also had to fear the ghost. The legend was a survival tool, a way to keep sailors respectful, fearful, and alert when navigating one of the most dangerous passages on Earth. Consider the sheer logistics of a voyage around the Cape in the Age of Sail. A captain like the fictional Van der Decken wasn't just battling a storm, he was balancing an immense financial equation. His ship carried a fortune in spices, silks, or porcelain. A delay of weeks could mean missing the trade winds, which could add months to the journey, risking the health of his crew and the spoilage of his cargo. The pressure from the company's directors in Amsterdam was immense, a silent passenger on every voyage. This commercial desperation fuels the legend's central conflict. Van der Decken's oath isn't just pride, it's the extremity of a mercantile system that valued cargo and schedule above all else, even human life. His curse is the curse of global capitalism in its earliest, most ruthless form. He becomes the embodiment of every captain who made a fateful, calculated risk that tipped into disaster. His eternal voyage is the endless pursuit of profit, gone horrifically wrong. The legend also seeped into the very fabric of maritime law and custom. For generations, sailors believed that sighting the Dutchman meant certain doom. This was more than a superstition, it influenced decisions. A lookout who cried, "Phantom ship," could cause a captain to alter course, to heave to take precautionary measures that might, in fact, save them from a real unseen danger like a shoal or an approaching storm. The myth served a practical function. It enforced a state of heightened vigilance. Furthermore, the tale was often told to new sailors, green hands, as a form of initiation. It was a story that bound the crew together through shared fear and awe, reinforcing the hierarchy of experienced men who had seen things over those who had not. The Flying Dutchman was a tool for building a specific, resilient shipboard culture, one that respected the ocean's power in both its physical and its supernatural forms. And what of the ship itself, in the details of the legend? It is never described as a rotting hulk, but often as a pristine, even beautiful vessel, its sails always full despite the lack of wind. This detail is psychologically profound. It represents a perfection forever out of reach, a success forever denied. It is the ship as it was in the captain's mind at the moment of his ambition, perfect, fast, and invincible. Its eternal preservation is the cruelest part of the punishment. Van der Decken and his men are trapped, not in a wreck, but in the gleaming ideal of their own ambition, forced to repeat the moment of their fatal decision for eternity. They are cursed to be forever competent, forever sailing, yet forever failing. This is a far more sophisticated horror than simple decay. It is the horror of the perfect, endless task. The Cape's geography itself seems engineered for myth-making. The meeting point of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans creates chaotic, unpredictable seas. The steep cliffs and sudden fog banks can make a ship appear and disappear in moments. The local weather patterns, with their rapid shifts from calm to storm, feel personal, vengeful. When you stand on the deck of a modern vessel there, even with GPS and radar, you feel a chill that is not entirely from the wind. You understand how this place, more than any other, could birth a story of a captain who challenged the elements and lost for all time. The land itself feels like a monument to shipwreck, the bones of lost vessels still occasionally washing ashore, a physical reminder that the legend is built on a foundation of very real bones and splintered wood. The Flying Dutchman's journey through culture is as long as its supposed voyage. It inspired poems by Coleridge and Heine, operas by Wagner, and countless novels and paintings. Each adaptation added new layers, from romantic tragedy to gothic horror. In Wagner's opera, the captain is allowed to step ashore once every 7 years to seek a woman's faithful love for his redemption, adding a layer of pathos to the curse. This cultural evolution shows how the legend is a mirror. In the 17th century, it reflected fear of the ocean and divine punishment. In the Romantic era, it reflected a fascination with doomed heroes and eternal longing. The story is malleable because its core, the endless lonely journey, is a universal human metaphor. It is the story of obsession, of guilt, of a mistake that can never be undone. Yet for all its literary and artistic fame, the legend always returns to the sea and to the sailors. As late as World War II, Allied and Axis sailors in the South Atlantic reported strange sightings. Pilots flying over the Cape told of seeing ghostly sailing ships in the clouds. The story persists because the conditions that created it persist. The isolation, the danger, the vast empty horizons that invite the imagination to fill them. Modern mariners, on giant container ships that are themselves like automated islands, still speak of strange feelings and uncanny sights on the long, lonely watches. The language has changed, but the human need to explain the eerie emptiness has not. The Flying Dutchman is the original ghost in a machine of global trade, a spectral reminder that no matter how advanced our technology, the ocean remains a place where things and people can simply vanish. So, we are left with a choice. We can accept the scientific explanation of mirages and temperature inversions. We can point to the psychological pressures of extreme isolation. We can deconstruct the legend as a metaphor for mercantile greed or a folk memory of real disaster. And all of that is true and valuable, but it does not kill the story. Perhaps the true mystery of the Flying Dutchman is not whether a phantom ship sails, but why we need it to. The legend endures because it gives shape to our deepest maritime fear, not of drowning, but of disappearing without a trace, of becoming a story told by others in a tavern. It is a warning that echoes down the centuries, from the wooden decks of East Indiamen to the steel bridges of modern freighters. Respect the sea, mind your pride, and beware what you might see when the fog rolls in and the wind dies to an unnatural whisper. For the tale of the Dutchman is the prologue to every ghost ship story that follows. It sets the stage for mysteries that are not myth, but documented history. Cases where ships were found intact, meals still warm, lifeboats gone, and every soul aboard vanished into the air as completely as any phantom. The legend prepared the world for the shock of a very real, very tangible mystery, one that would baffle the world just over a decade after Prince George's diary entry. A mystery that required no storm, no curse, no ghostly crew. Just a perfectly sound ship, silently sailing herself across an empty Atlantic, her captain, his family, and his crew gone without a reason or a trace. The perfect mystery was waiting. Her name was the Mary Celeste. The sea holds many legends, but it also keeps perfect secrets. Stories whispered in taverns grow with each telling, gaining phantom sailors and cursed captains. But what of a mystery that arrives not from folklore, but from a clear, documented afternoon? A ship found not by moonlight, but in the stark light of a December day. A vessel in perfect order, her sails set, her hull sound, her course still true to the wind, yet empty. A community of 10 souls, banished without a cry, without a struggle, leaving behind the ghost of their interrupted lives. This is not a myth from the age of sail. This is a documented fact from the age of steam and telegraph. It is the enduring, elegant, and utterly baffling puzzle of the Mary Celeste. The story begins not with an omen, but with routine. On the 7th of November 1872, the brigantine Mary Celeste clears the port of New York. She is bound for Genoa, Italy, carrying a commercial cargo of 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol, a common industrial solvent. Her commander is Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, 37 years old, a seasoned and respected mariner from a seafaring family. He is a devout man, a Methodist known for his sober and capable demeanor. With him are his wife Sarah and their 2-year-old daughter Sophia. The family's presence is a testament to Briggs's confidence. He would not bring his loved ones onto a ship he considered unsafe. The crew numbers 7, all reportedly capable and of good character. The voyage is calculated to take roughly a month. The weather forecasts are favorable. The Mary Celeste is a hardy vessel, if not a new one. She was built in Nova Scotia and has already survived a few scrapes, including a grounding and a collision. But she is sound. As the ship slips past the Statue of Liberty's unfinished pedestal and into the Atlantic, it represents the very essence of orderly 19th century maritime enterprise. A captain, his family, his crew, and his cargo embarking on a well-charted path across a well-traveled sea. For weeks there is nothing but the normal rhythm of an ocean crossing. The logbook, had it survived in full, would have recorded the mundane, winds, headings, sail adjustment, the occasional sighting of another vessel's smoke on the horizon. We can imagine the routines, Sarah Briggs attending to little Sophia, perhaps reading in the captain's cabin. The crew going about their duties, the cook preparing meals in the galley. The barrels of alcohol securely stowed below shifting slightly with the roll of the ship. The Mary Celeste was heading southeast, aiming for the channel between the Azores and Portugal, before turning into the Mediterranean. The last certain point of contact is an entry in another ship's log, noting a sighting. Then, the Mary Celeste simply sails into a void, not a storm, not a disaster, but an eerie, profound silence. The Atlantic keeps its counsel for 28 days. Then, on the 4th of December, a crack appears in the silence. 400 miles east of the Azores, the British brigantine Dei Gratia, herself bound for Gibraltar, sights a vessel. Her captain, David Morehouse, recognizes the ship through his glass. It is the Mary Celeste. He knows Benjamin Briggs. They had dined together in New York before their respective departures. But something is immediately wrong. The ship is sailing oddly, yawing and turning through the wind, her sails set in a haphazard, inefficient combination. Morehouse signals. There is no reply. He orders a boat lowered. As his first mate, Oliver Devoe, and 2 seamen approach the drifting vessel, the scale of the mystery becomes physical. They call out. Only the creak of rigging and the slap of waves answer. They climb aboard. What they discover is not a scene of chaos, but of profound and unsettling absence. The ship is seaworthy. Her hull is intact, her masts standing, her pumps dry. There is no sign of fire, collision, or violent struggle. Down in the cabins, the personal world of the Briggs family is frozen in mid-breath. Sarah's sewing kit is open. A child's dress is laid out on a bunk. In the captain's quarters, the logbook and navigational instruments are in their place. In the forecastle, the crew's belongings are stowed, their pipes and tobacco waiting. On the galley table there is evidence of a meal interrupted. But of the 10 people who should be there, the captain, his wife, his child, the 7 sailors, there is not a trace. They are simply gone. The evidence presents a series of precise, contradictory clues. The ship's single lifeboat is missing. Its davits are empty, the ropes cut, not cast off in an orderly fashion. A rope trailing from the stern suggests a hasty attempt to tether the lifeboat to the ship, a tether that later parted. The last entry in the captain's log is dated 10 days earlier, on November 25th. It recorded a position near the Azores and noted no distress. The navigation equipment tells a story of its own. The sextant and chronometer are missing, but the ship's binnacle compass is destroyed. The wheel is not lashed. The ship has been sailing herself, obedient to the wind and current, for perhaps a week and a half. Crucially, the cargo hold is inspected. Of the 1,071 barrels of denatured alcohol, 9 are empty. The rest remain sealed and intact. There is a sword in the captain's cabin, later reported to have a reddish stain. And on the port side rail, near the forward hatch, there is a deep, fresh cut, as if struck by an axe. Each detail is a piece of a puzzle that refuses to fit together. The crew of the Dei Gratia does what maritime law and custom demand. They assemble a salvage crew and sail the Mary Celeste to Gibraltar, arriving on December 13th. Here, the mystery leaves the open ocean and enters the cramped, suspicious world of a Victorian Admiralty court. The vessel is impounded. The salvage hearing begins. Almost immediately, the narrative fractures. The court, led by the Attorney General of Gibraltar, Frederick Solly Flood, is deeply suspicious. The story is too strange. He openly suspects foul play, perhaps even a conspiracy between the crews of the 2 ships. The Dei Gratia's men are subjected to intense hostile questioning. Why would an entire crew abandon a perfectly sound ship? The empty alcohol barrels are seized upon. Was this a mutiny driven by drunkenness? Yet no other barrels are broached, and denatured alcohol is poisonous, not potable. The stained sword suggests violence, but the stain is never conclusively proven to be blood. The cut in the rail remains unexplained. The court ultimately grants a salvage award, but it is a fraction of the value of the ship and cargo. The message is clear. The authorities do not believe the full story. For the men of the Dei Gratia, their act of seamanship becomes a lifelong stigma. They are not hailed as rescuers, but treated as potential criminals. The mystery taints them, a shadow they cannot outrun. In the absence of official answers, the public imagination rushes in. The Mary Celeste becomes a blank canvas for every maritime fear and fantasy. Sensational newspaper accounts, particularly in the United States, spin tales of piracy, of a crew slaughtered by bloodthirsty brigands. Others suggest a mutiny, the crew rising against the pious Captain Briggs. More outlandish theories emerge, an attack by a giant squid, a waterspout that plucked the people from the deck, a sudden madness induced by foul vapours. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, years before creating Sherlock Holmes, wrote a fictionalized account suggesting a slave revolt and murder. Each theory flourishes because the core facts are so spare, so open to interpretation. The ship herself becomes a character, a vessel cursed not by supernatural forces, but by the unbearable weight of her own inexplicable history. Modern analysis strips away the myth and returns to the physical evidence. The most plausible explanation lies not in monsters or mutineers, but in chemistry and fear. Denatured alcohol, especially in the 1870s, was a volatile cargo. It produces large amounts of flammable vapor. A 2006 scientific investigation for British television hypothesized a specific chain of events. During the voyage, perhaps due to a minor leak or temperature changes, vapor built up in the hold. The 9 empty barrels may have been porous, leaking their contents. A spark, perhaps from friction or even static, could have caused a violent air explosion, a rush of expanding gas that made a thunderous noise and blew off the main hatch cover, but did not create fire. To a crew in the age of sail, the sound would have been terrifying, indistinguishable from an explosion that threatened to tear the ship apart. They might have smelled the strong alcohol fumes and believed the ship was about to erupt in flames. In a panic, Captain Briggs would have given the order to abandon ship. They would have bundled Sarah and Sophia into the lifeboat, launched hastily, and tied it to the stern with a long rope. They then waited at a safe distance, expecting the Mary Celeste to blow sky high, but she didn't. The vapor dissipated. The danger, if it ever was a fire danger, passed. The ship, now empty, simply sailed on. And then, the critical failure. The rope tethering the overloaded lifeboat to the ship snapped. The Atlantic in late November is merciless. A small boat, even a well-provisioned one, would stand little chance in a sudden squall or against the relentless swell. The Mary Celeste, her crew vanished, continued her ghostly journey while the lifeboat was likely swamped and lost. This theory fits the known facts. The cut in the rail could be damage from the hatch blast. The missing navigational instruments were likely taken by the crew for the lifeboat. The hurriedly cut davit ropes speak of panic. It is a tragedy of misunderstanding, a fatal overreaction to a perceived, but not actual, catastrophe. Yet even this rational theory has its loose ends. Why was there no distress signal scrawled in the log? Would an experienced captain like Briggs abandon a seaworthy vessel so completely, especially with his wife and child, without an absolute certainty of doom? The condition of the ship when found, the peaceful cabins, the set table, suggests a sudden alarm, but not necessarily a prolonged, violent event. The mystery endures precisely because the most logical explanation still requires a leap into the psychology of 10 people in a moment of extreme stress, a psychology we can reconstruct but never truly know. The aftermath of the Mary Celeste is a story of lingering shadows. The ship herself lived on, a haunted name that passed through a succession of owners. Her career was unremarkable and ultimately tragic. She was deliberately wrecked on a Haitian reef in 1885 as part of an insurance fraud. Her timbers lie there still, consumed by the sea. For the families of the missing, there was only the agony of no conclusion. Captain Briggs's son, born after the voyage, grew up under the weight of the unsolved mystery. The crew of the Dei Gratian never shook off the suspicion. They had done their duty, saved a vessel, and were rewarded with doubt. The Gibraltar court's records survive, a dry testament to human confusion in the face of the inexplicable. What makes the Mary Celeste the perfect mystery is its pristine ambiguity. It is not a story of a wreck, but of a disappearance. The evidence is not of a battle, but of an evacuation. It presents a scene so normal, it becomes abnormal. A child's toy left behind is more haunting than any phantom sailor. It forces us to confront the sheer scale and indifference of the ocean. A ship is a tiny, self-contained world. For that world to simply empty out, for its citizens to vanish while their possessions remain, challenges our understanding of order and disaster. It suggests that the line between a routine voyage and an eternal mystery can be as thin as a rope, as fleeting as a vapor, as decisive as a single panicked decision made in the face of a misunderstood sound. The sea took the people of the Mary Celeste and offered no explanation. It gave us only the ship, a silent drifting testament to their absence. In doing so, it created a template for a modern ghost story, one rooted not in superstition but in documentation, in evidence that leads only to a cliff's edge of uncertainty. The legend of the Flying Dutchman is a myth about defiance and eternity. The story of the Mary Celeste is a mystery about ordinary people who stepped off the edge of the known world. It reminds us that the ocean's greatest power may not be its storms, but its silence. And as the age of sail gave way to the age of steam, and then to the age of iron, that silence would swallow other vessels, other crews, in circumstances even more deliberate and even more chilling. For if the Mary Celeste represents a mystery born of possible accident and panic, the next story is one of calculated ambition meeting absolute zero, a voyage where two of the strongest ships ever built, and the men who sailed them would not simply vanish, but would be frozen quite literally into legend. The Arctic holds its ghosts close. It does not give them up easily. In that vast white silence, stories become frozen into the landscape itself, waiting centuries for the thaw of understanding. It is a place where the line between history and legend is as thin as winter sea ice. And at the heart of its coldest mystery lie two names, forever paired in tragedy and technological hubris: Erebus and Terror. These were not mere ships, they were statements. Floating proclamations of British imperial confidence, engineered to conquer the last blank space on the map. They sailed into the white with the full might of Victorian science, and they vanished, leaving behind a riddle that would haunt a nation and redefine the very nature of exploration. This is not a tale of a sudden, empty abandonment. This is a story of a slow, grinding extinction, witnessed only by the ice and the implacable cold. The Franklin expedition of 1845 was the Apollo mission of its age. It represented the absolute zenith of naval ambition and industrial innovation. The vessels at its heart, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, were not built for this purpose, but were radically repurposed for it. They began their lives as bomb ships, stout vessels designed to carry massive mortars for coastal bombardment. Their hulls were already strong. For the Arctic, they were made nearly invincible. Iron plating was riveted along their bows, a sheath against the grinding pack ice. Their decks were reinforced with cross beams of oak and iron. Most revolutionary of all, each ship was fitted with a locomotive engine salvaged from London's railways. These engines drove a single, retractable propeller, allowing the ships to force their way through ice when the winds failed. They carried steam heating systems for the crew's quarters, libraries of 1,000 volumes, and a 3-year supply of tinned food, the very latest in preservation technology. No expedition had ever been so well equipped, so thoroughly planned, so seemingly impervious to failure. The man chosen to command this enterprise was Sir John Franklin, 59 years old, a veteran of 3 previous Arctic expeditions and a figure of immense public stature. His nickname, the man who ate his boots, spoke to a history of hardship endured and survived from an earlier journey where starvation had led to that grim necessity. To the British Admiralty and the public, he was the perfect leader, experienced, resilient, and emblematic of the steadfast British character. In May of 1845, he led 108 officers and men from the Thames estuary at Greenhithe, Kent. The mood was one of triumphant anticipation. The ships were cheered down the river. The mission was clear: to navigate the final link of the Northwest Passage, a commercial and strategic prize that had eluded Europe for centuries. They carried with them the unshakable confidence of an empire that believed it could master nature through sheer force of will and engineering. The last sighting by a European whaling ship was in late July in Baffin Bay. Then the Arctic closed around them. For 2 years there was only silence. The Admiralty's concern, initially mild, curdled into alarm. The first search expedition set out in 1848, but the Arctic is a continent of illusions and immense scale. Finding 2 ships in that wilderness was like finding 2 needles in a frozen haystack. The truth of what happened would be pieced together, fragment by agonizing fragment, over the next century and a half. We now know that the expedition achieved its initial goal. Erebus and Terror sailed further south than any ship before them, navigating through previously unknown channels. But in September of 1846, their luck and the weather ran out. The ships became hopelessly icebound in the Victoria Strait, just off the northwest coast of King William Island. They were locked in, not for a winter, but seemingly forever. The ice did not release them the following summer. It held them in a crushing, unyielding grip. The first death was their leader. Sir John Franklin died on June 11, 1847, aboard HMS Erebus. The exact cause remains unknown, but it marked a catastrophic turning point. Command fell to Captain Francis Crozier of the Terror, a seasoned and capable polar officer. For another brutal year, the remaining men waited, hoping for a thaw that never came. By April of 1848, the situation was desperate. The decision was made to abandon the ships. 105 surviving souls loaded what they could onto heavy wooden sledges and man-hauled boats across the jagged ice, aiming for the Back River on the Canadian mainland, hundreds of miles to the south. It was a march of utter futility. They left behind a single written record, a note sealed in a tin cylinder and placed in a stone cairn. That note, discovered in 1859, is the last official voice of the Franklin expedition. It recorded Franklin's death, the abandonment of the ships, and a stark final line, and start on tomorrow, 26th, for Backsfish River. None of them would make it. For over a century and 60 years, the ships themselves were lost. The Arctic kept its most prized relics hidden beneath the ice and the dark water. The mystery of their final resting place became an obsession, driving generations of explorers and archaeologists. The breakthrough came not from Victorian grit, but from 21st century technology. In 2014, a Parks Canada team using side-scan sonar finally located the wreck of HMS Erebus, lying in just 36 feet of water off King William Island. 2 years later, in 2016, HMS Terror was found, eerily well preserved in a deep bay further south. The cold, anoxic water had acted as a perfect preservative. Underwater surveys revealed a scene of haunting suspension. The ships were largely intact. Cabinets in the officers' quarters were still closed. Plates remained stacked on shelves. Sealed bottles of medicine and wine stood in their racks. It was as if the crew had just stepped away, freezing a moment of daily life in 1848. For while the Victorian world launched search after search, another record of the tragedy was being compiled, one that the British authorities largely ignored. The Inuit people of the region had their own history of the white men who came into their land and never left. Explorer Charles Francis Hall, living among the Inuit in the 1860s, collected detailed oral testimonies. They spoke of white men dragging boats south across the ice, men so weak they fell down and died where they lay. Most intriguingly, they told of at least one ship, still with a few survivors aboard, being intentionally sailed south before it finally sank. For over a century, these accounts were dismissed as folklore. The discovery of the wrecks has vindicated them with stunning precision. The location of the wrecks, the state of the ships, and the dispersal of artifacts all align with the core details of the Inuit testimony. They were not merely witnesses to the aftermath. They were the only historians of the expedition's final, desperate chapter. The physical remains of the crew, scattered across the grim landscape of King William Island, tell the final, horrific part of the story. Bones were found over the decades, often by later search parties. In the 1990s, forensic anthropologists conducted a modern analysis. The findings were unequivocal, and they shattered any remaining romantic notions of a noble, peaceful end. Many of the bones showed cut marks consistent with butchering and dismemberment. The pattern was clear. This was not random violence, but systematic processing of human bodies for food. The men of the Franklin expedition, in their final starvation, had resorted to cannibalism. This grim reality, long suspected and vehemently denied by Victorian society, was now scientific fact. But science offered another, more insidious clue. Analysis of the bones and of tissue samples from permafrost-preserved bodies of crewmen found on Beechy Island revealed catastrophically high levels of lead. The source was almost certainly the expedition's proud technology, the tinned food. The cans, sealed with lead solder, were poorly manufactured. Lead leached into the food over time. The crew was consuming a slow poison. Chronic lead poisoning causes a suite of debilitating symptoms: severe abdominal pain, weakness, fatigue, and, most critically, neurological effects like confusion, irritability, and impaired judgment. As the men faced the ultimate test of their survival, their minds and bodies were being systematically undermined by the very provisions meant to sustain them. The combination of starvation, scurvy, and lead poisoning created a perfect storm of physical and mental collapse. It explains the increasingly desperate and irrational decisions, the failure to effectively utilize Inuit hunting methods, and the sheer horror of their final months. They were not just fighting the ice, they were fighting the invisible enemy within their own blood. The legend of the Franklin expedition, therefore, is not one of a simple vanishing. It is a layered tragedy of hubris, of technology that betrayed its users, of a culture that failed to listen to the knowledge of the land and of the human body's ultimate fragility. Erebus and Terror were not ghost ships found mysteriously adrift. They were tombs, deliberately abandoned in a last futile grasp for life. Their discovery has not closed the book on the mystery, but has instead opened new, more complex chapters. We now know where they fell, but the intimate details of those final days aboard, the personal conflicts, the moments of decision and despair, remain locked in the silent, preserved interiors of those two wrecks. They are time capsules of a specific kind of failure, monuments to the limits of human preparation against the raw power of the natural world. The story resonates because it is a collision of opposites. The greatest technological power of its age was humbled not by a sudden cataclysm, but by a slow, inexorable squeeze. The confidence of an empire froze and shattered on the rocks of King William Island. The Franklin expedition passed from history into myth, becoming a cautionary tale whispered in the howl of the Arctic wind. It set a template for maritime mystery that was less about supernatural abandonment and more about the slow, witnessed unraveling of a mission. It proved that the most terrifying ghost stories are those where the haunting is done not by spectres, but by the very real, tangible evidence of human suffering and miscalculation. The ice preserved the evidence, and centuries later we are still deciphering its grim message. This pattern of a vessel found intact, its crew vanished without a satisfying explanation, would repeat itself across the decades and across the globe. But the setting would shift from the frozen silence of the Arctic to the treacherous, storm-ridden shoals of a very different coast. The age of sail would give way to the age of steam and steel, yet the ocean's capacity for producing perfect, inexplicable mysteries remained undimmed. Just over 70 years after Franklin's men disappeared into the White, another ship would be found hard aground, meals still warm, lifeboats gone, and no trace of a single soul to explain what happened. This time, the mystery would unfold not in a frozen wilderness, but in the busy shipping lanes off the American coast, where the waters were well traveled and the weather was famously, violently unpredictable. The story of the Carroll A. Deering awaits. The sea has many ways of claiming a ship. Some are spectacular, a final, violent struggle against a storm or a reef. Others are quiet, a slow surrender to ice or time. But the most unsettling are those that leave the vessel itself perfectly intact, a shell of wood and rope and sail, drifting with the purpose of a living thing, yet utterly, profoundly empty. These are the stories that haunt the edges of maritime charts, tales not of destruction, but of evaporation. Of crews that simply stepped off the stage of history, leaving behind a set still dressed for the next scene. In the cold January of 1921, off one of the most treacherous coasts in the world, the Atlantic presented a mystery so complete, so bizarre in its preserved domesticity, that it would baffle governments and ignite a century of speculation. The place itself is a character in this story, Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. They call it the graveyard of the Atlantic. Here, the warm Gulf Stream collides with the cold Labrador Current, breeding sudden, violent storms and churning the water into a maelstrom of confusion. Just offshore lie the Diamond Shoals, a vast, shifting sandbar that has claimed hundreds of vessels, its position a moving target for even the most experienced navigator. It was onto this submerged knife's edge, on the morning of January 31, 1921, that the cargo schooner Carroll A. Deering drove herself. She was discovered by a Coast Guard patrol, a spectral giant in the morning haze. The sight was immediately wrong. Her sails were set but slack, as if the crew had just stepped away from the lines. Her anchors were deployed, a futile gesture on a sandbar. Her lifeboats were gone. And as the small Coast Guard vessel drew closer, the silence became a physical presence. No cry for help, no movement on deck, no answer to the hail. The ship was a monument to absence, stranded in the very cradle of American maritime traffic. The boarding party climbed the ladder and stepped onto a world frozen in mid-action. The deck was orderly. The hatches were secured, but the human pulse of the ship was gone. Below decks, the mystery deepened into the realm of the surreal. In the galley, a pot of food sat on the stove, cooked and waiting to be eaten. The table was set for a meal that would never be served. In the crew's quarters, personal belongings lay in the bunks, clothes, letters, sea bags, as if the men had merely stepped out for a watch and would return to claim them. Up in the rigging, red lanterns had been rigged, a clear distress signal. Yet the very tools needed to understand that distress were missing. The ship's compasses, its sextants, its chronometers, and all its navigational charts were gone. Most tellingly, the captain's logbook, the legal and narrative heart of any voyage, had been removed. This was not the scene of a panicked, sudden flight. This suggested deliberation. Someone had taken the means to navigate, and someone had taken the record of their journey. The ship had not been abandoned, it had been stripped of its memory. The last living eyes to see the Carroll A. Steering under command belonged to Captain Thomas Jacobson, keeper of the Cape Lookout lightship. Just 2 days before she was found aground, on January 29, the massive schooner had sailed past his stationary post. Through his binoculars, Jacobson saw a scene that struck him as odd. A crowd of men, seemingly ordinary crew, milled about on the forecastle, the forward part of the ship. On the quarterdeck, the place of command, there was no one. Then a figure emerged on the bow. He was a tall, red-haired man, and he shouted across the water through a megaphone. His message was specific. The Deering had lost both her anchors in a storm off Cape Fear. He requested that the lightship captain report their situation to the Deering's owners. Jacobson noted the man was not the captain, nor the first mate he knew by sight. When he asked where the captain was, the red-haired man gave no clear answer. The lightship, a floating lighthouse with no means of pursuit, could only watch as the 5-masted giant sailed on into the gathering dusk, heading north toward the jaws of Hatteras. That shouted conversation was the final confirmed contact. The man on the bow, whose identity remains a blank space in the record, was the last voice from the Deering. The grounded ghost ship became a national sensation, a puzzle that landed on the desks of powerful men in Washington. In the fraught atmosphere of 1921, with the world still raw from war and America in the grip of Prohibition, a vacant vessel was not just a mystery, it was a potential threat. The case drew the attention of 5 separate government departments. The Commerce Department investigated the shipping company. The Navy pondered foreign interference. Most notably, the State Department became deeply involved, pursuing a theory that the Deering had fallen victim to rum runners or Bolshevik pirates. Secretary of State Herbert Hoover personally received reports from diplomats in Lisbon and the Bahamas, chasing whispers of a hijacked ship being used for liquor smuggling. The theory had a certain dark logic. The ship's valuable cargo of Portland cement was untouched, but in the age of Prohibition, a sturdy, fast schooner was itself a prize far greater than its manifest. The ocean was a lawless space, and the Deering's crew could have been murdered or marooned by criminals seeking a new vessel. This line of inquiry, though never proven, reflects the paranoia of the age. Years later, the burgeoning legend of the Bermuda Triangle would absorb the Carroll A, Deering into its catalogue of weird disappearances, a geographical misplacement that nonetheless speaks to the story's power as an emblem of the inexplicable. Amidst the spy novels and smuggling tales, a more mundane and perhaps more credible explanation has always persisted: mutiny. The human story aboard the Deering was fraught from the beginning. Her original captain, William Merritt, a seasoned and respected master, had fallen seriously ill only a day out of port in Rio de Janeiro. He and his son, the first mate, were put ashore. Command fell to the remaining senior officer, Captain W.B. Wormel, a retired sea captain, lured back for this single voyage. Wormel, by multiple accounts, was a strict disciplinarian of the old school, a man out of step with a post-war crew who may have been less tolerant of harsh authority. Reports from Barbados, the Deering's last port of call, suggested tension. Crew members were seen drinking in port, complaining about the captain. The deliberate removal of the navigational equipment is the strongest clue supporting this theory. In a mutiny, the rebellious crew would need those tools to sail the ship to a new destination, to disappear into the vastness of the Atlantic. The logbook, which would contain evidence of their actions or the captain's discipline, would be incriminating. They would take the lifeboats to reach shore, leaving the empty Deering to sail on as a ghost, a perfect decoy. It is a clean, human-scale tragedy, a clash of personalities escalating into a desperate, irreversible act. Yet, even the mutiny theory leaves troubling gaps. If the crew seized the ship, where did they go? No lifeboat from the Deering ever washed ashore. No crewman claiming to be a mutineer or a survivor ever came forward. The logistics of a successful mutiny on a 5-masted schooner, then navigating to an unknown landfall in a lifeboat in a North Atlantic winter, are daunting to the point of impossibility. And what of the red-haired man on the bow? Was he the mutineer leader, coolly reporting a fabricated story to the lightship? Or was he a crewman trying to send a coded distress signal, speaking of lost anchors when the true danger was on the deck behind him? The meal left on the stove suggests an interruption so sudden that even a mutiny might have been triggered by an external, immediate threat. Perhaps the crew, having taken the ship, then faced a new, overwhelming crisis, a sudden squall, a fire, a panic mistake, that forced them to abandon their own prize. The mystery folds in on itself, each explanation breeding new questions. The final, irrevocable act in the story of the Carroll A. Deering was not one of the sea, but of man. After salvage attempts failed, the great schooner sat on Diamond Shoals, a stark hazard to navigation. She was a wreck, but she was also the only crime scene, the sole repository of physical clues. In March of 1921, the decision was made. The US government dynamited the Carroll A. Deering. The explosion shattered her hull, scattering her timbers and sending her remains into the shifting sands of the shoals. With that controlled demolition, any faint hope of finding a hidden clue, a scrawled note, a hidden weapon, a telltale mark of conflict, was obliterated. The primary evidence was not just lost, it was intentionally destroyed in the name of practical safety. This act sealed the mystery as permanently as any ocean grave. It transformed the Deering from a physical puzzle into a pure legend, a story where all answers are now equally valid and equally unprovable. The legacy of the Carroll A. Deering is a lesson in the anatomy of a maritime mystery. It requires a perfect storm of eerie physical evidence, a lack of witnesses, and a historical moment ripe for conspiracy. The Prohibition era provided the backdrop of lawlessness. The Cold War fever provided the suspicion of foreign intrigue. The sheer, unsettling normality of the abandoned scene, the set table, the waiting meal, provided the enduring chill. Government investigations eventually closed, their files concluding that the vessel was probably the victim of a mutiny, while quietly acknowledging that the full truth would never be known. The ship herself became a ghost twice over, first when her crew vanished, and again when her physical form was erased from the shoals. Today, the story endures not because it is the most dramatic shipwreck, but because it is the most perfectly preserved question. It is a snapshot of interrupted life, a floating Mary Celeste of the American coast, forever sailing into the fog off Cape Hatteras, its deck silent, its destiny unknown. The ocean's mysteries are not always born in its deepest trenches or its most violent storms. Sometimes they are crafted in the quiet moments of human routine, shattered by an event so decisive it leaves no narrative behind, only atmosphere and artifact. The Carroll A. Deering stands as a testament to that particular enigma. But the sea holds other kinds of silence, far more absolute. For while the Deering was found, offering up its cryptic clues on a Carolina sandbar, some vessels vanish without offering a single piece of themselves to the waves. They depart on a routine voyage, watched by other ships, and then the horizon simply swallows them whole. No grounded hull, no set table, no final shouted message. Just a vast, empty expanse of water where a 1,000-ton liner should be. This is the profound and terrifying silence that awaited the SS Waratah, a ship dubbed Australia's Titanic, which sailed into a summer storm off the coast of Africa and left not a single soul nor a single splinter to tell the tale. The sea has many ways to take a ship. Fire can claim her, ice can trap her, war can tear her apart. But the most absolute disappearance is a simple, silent vanishing. No final cry for help, no scattered wreckage to mark the grave, no bodies to mourn. Just a vessel, and the hundreds of souls she carries, erased from the surface of the world as if they never were. It is the maritime mystery in its purest, most chilling form. And in the summer of 1909, off the brutal coast of southern Africa, one of the great passenger liners of the age stepped into such a void. Her name was the Waratah, and her story is not one of wreckage, but of utter absence. She was a symbol of imperial connection, a steel thread in the fabric of the British Empire. The SS Waratah was a 9,339-ton passenger and cargo liner, a proud new flagship for the Blue Anchor Line. Her design was specific and ambitious, built to bridge the vast distance between London and Australia. She was both a mail ship and a migrant vessel, carrying the hopes of families seeking new lives and the wealth of a continent in her holds. Launched in 1908 from the Clydebank shipyard, she embodied the latest in marine engineering, or so it was believed. Her interiors were appointed with Edwardian elegance, polished wood, stained glass, and electric lights. She promised comfort and security on a notoriously long and often turbulent route. In July of 1909, she began her second round-trip voyage from London to Sydney. She called at Durban on South Africa's east coast on the 26th of July, taking on additional passengers and cargo for the final leg around the Cape to England. 211 people now occupied her cabins and worked her decks. Then she cast off into the afternoon, turning her bow toward the open sea and the port of Cape Town, 5 days' steam to the southwest. She was never seen again by anyone who lived to tell of it. The mystery of the Waratah is profound, because it was not entirely unforeseen. Concern had shadowed this vessel from the very beginning. On her maiden voyage out to Australia months earlier, a passenger named Claude Sawyer had formed a grim and unshakable conviction. Sawyer was not a nervous traveller, he was a hydraulic engineer, a man who understood forces, balance and stability. During the long Southern Ocean passage, he had watched the new ship's behaviour in moderate seas. He noted how she would roll heavily to one side, pause with an unnatural hesitation, and then recover with a slow, deliberate swing. To his trained eye, this was not the motion of a stable ship. It was the lethargic, pendulous roll of a vessel carrying too much weight too high. She was, he believed, dangerously top-heavy. His anxiety grew so acute that upon reaching Durban on the return leg, he made a decisive choice. He disembarked. He would not reboard for the journey home. Before the Waratah departed, he sent a stark telegram to his wife in England. Its message was simple and terrifying. "I fear she will capsize." His warning was a private alarm bell, unheard by the authorities and unknown to the families who boarded after him. The Blue Anchor Line had full confidence in their ship. Her design had been approved, her stability calculations checked. Yet Sawyer's professional instinct would become the central, haunting premonition of the entire tragedy. Why did he see what the designers did not? The Waratah was a hybrid, a compromise. Her lower holds were packed with heavy Australian wool and lead concentrate, but her upper decks were fitted out with the heavy amenities of a luxury liner: grand staircases, thick carpets, marble-topped tables. This vertical distribution of weight, in a hull of her specific proportions, may have created a fatal flaw. A ship that is top-heavy loses her righting arm, her ability to snap back upright after a roll. She can reach a point of no return. Sawyer felt that point was perilously close. His departure left behind a vessel steaming toward a rendezvous with a coastline known to sailors as the Wild Coast, and with a weather system gathering its legendary fury. The last confirmed sighting of the Waratah is a brief, mundane exchange in a fading afternoon light. On July 27, 1909, the cargo steamer Clan McIntyre was northbound, heading up the South African coast. Around mid-afternoon, she spotted a large passenger liner to the south. As the vessels closed, signals were exchanged via lamp. The liner identified herself as the Waratah. The Clan McIntyre's captain later reported the Waratah was making good speed, though she was labouring somewhat in a rising sea. There was nothing in her appearance or her signals to suggest distress. The ships passed, their courses diverging into the gathering dusk. The captain of the Clan McIntyre watched her lights disappear into the southern darkness. That night, one of the most violent cyclonic storms in memory descended upon the Agulhas current. Winds screamed at hurricane force, whipping the sea into a chaos of water and air. When dawn broke and the storm eventually moved on, the ocean was empty. The Waratah had vanished without a trace. No distress rockets were reported. No wireless SOS was heard, though her Marconi equipment had a limited range. In the days and weeks that followed, a profound silence descended. No lifeboats washed ashore on the hundreds of miles of rugged coastline. No splintered decking, no floating cabin furniture, no cork lifebelts were found. Not a single body from the 211 souls was ever recovered. It was as if the ship had been lifted whole from the ocean's surface. The absence of debris became, in itself, the core of the mystery. A ship that founders, even one that capsizes, leaves something behind. The Waratah left nothing. This complete lack of evidence defied all maritime experience and seeded decades of speculation and desperate search. The response was immediate and vast. The Blue Anchor Line chartered vessels to comb the sea lanes. The Royal Navy dispatched the cruiser HMS Hermes. They scoured the coast from Durban to Cape Town, searching bays, inlets and beaches. They found nothing. In the years that followed, the mystery gnawed at the public conscience. 3 major, privately funded search expeditions were launched, each armed with the latest technology of its era. They dragged grapnels across the seabed, they listened for echoes, they covered hundreds of square miles of ocean floor. Hope would flare with a sonar contact or a fisherman's tale of a snagged net, only to be extinguished. The most tantalizing moment came in 1999. An expedition using advanced side-scan sonar located a large, intact wreck lying in deep water off the wild coast. Its dimensions were promising. For a brief moment it seemed the century-old mystery might be solved. Divers descended through the dark water. What they found was indeed a grave, but not the Waratah's. It was the wreck of a much smaller, unidentified cargo ship. The sea had guarded its secret once more. Faced with this wall of silence, a formal court of inquiry was convened in London in 1910. For months, experts testified, designers were questioned, and survivors of the storm gave evidence. The testimony of Claude Sawyer was read into the record, his telegram a ghostly accusation. The court wrestled with the central paradox, the likelihood of a catastrophic stability failure versus the impossibility of a complete disappearance. In the end, the official finding was cautious but damning. The court concluded that the Waratah was probably lost due to the storm, and that she likely had a stability defect. She was, in essence, too top-heavy, just as Sawyer had warned. But the report appended a haunting caveat. It could not explain the utter lack of floating wreckage. The verdict was an answer that raised a deeper, more unsettling question. If she capsized, where was the evidence? The sea, it seemed, had performed a perfect crime. To understand how such an erasure is possible, one must look not just at the ship, but at the water through which she sailed. The Waratah's intended track ran directly through the heart of one of the most powerful and treacherous oceanographic features on Earth, the Agulhas Current. This is a river within the sea, a vast, warm, and fast-moving current that sweeps down the east coast of Africa before turning sharply southwest. It can flow at speeds exceeding 5 knots, a relentless churning force. Where this current meets the steep continental shelf of the wild coast, chaos is born. The current's momentum collides with the rising seabed. It creates monstrous, unpredictable seas, standing waves, deep troughs and whirlpools. And it can generate the sailor's ultimate nightmare, the rogue wave. A single, aberrant wall of water, sometimes exceeding 20 meters in height, rising from nowhere with the force of a moving mountain. Imagine the Waratah, with her suspected stability flaw, laboring in a storm already churned by the current. She takes a deep roll to port. As she struggles to recover, a rogue wave, born from the current's collision with the shelf, strikes her broadside. The physics are apocalyptic. The wave adds a colossal, instantaneous weight of water high on her structure. It is the final, overwhelming push. The ship's righting ability is utterly defeated. She continues her roll past the point of no return. In seconds, she is inverted. The water pressure at the wave's impact could have shattered glass, bent steel, and sealed every door and hatch. The ship, now a closed, air-filled capsule, would sink with incredible rapidity, pulled down into the deep, swirling eddies of the current. Such an event would be virtually instantaneous. There would be no time to launch lifeboats, no time to send a wireless signal. The wreckage would be trapped inside the hull or scattered and sucked deep by the sinking vortex. The powerful Agulhas current would then sweep any lightweight debris far out into the empty southern Atlantic, away from all shorelines. This theory provides a grimly logical sequence. A flawed ship meets an extreme force in a unique location, resulting in a total and immediate disappearance. The legacy of the Waratah is one of silence and unresolved grief. For the families, there were no bodies to bury, no final scene to imagine. Their loss was suspended in a permanent state of uncertainty. The Blue Anchor Line never recovered from the financial and reputational blow. It ceased operations just a few years later. The Waratah became a cautionary tale in naval architecture, influencing future stability regulations. Yet, she remains out there. Somewhere on the vast, dark floor of the Indian Ocean, off the wild coast of South Africa, the bones of a 9,000-ton liner and the remains of 211 people lie in complete silence. She is a ghost ship not of legend, but of stark, unresolved history. Her story is a reminder that the ocean's deepest mysteries are not always supernatural. Sometimes they are the result of perfect, terrible alignments, of human error, mechanical flaw, and natural fury converging in a single fatal moment. And sometimes a ship vanishes not into myth, but into the immense forgetting depths. This absolute vanishing, this erasure by the sea, finds a strange echo in the frozen north. For if the Waratah was consumed by the violent energy of a current, another vessel would achieve ghostly immortality through the very opposite, absolute stillness. A ship trapped, abandoned, and then set free to wander the ice for decades, a silent, frozen spectre seen by hunters and sailors but never caught. The Arctic would produce its own legend of disappearance and reappearance, not in the warm, raging waters off Africa, but in the silent, white grasp of the ice. The Arctic holds its ghosts differently. They are not phantoms of mist and moonlight, not echoes in warm southern seas. Here, the ghosts are made of iron and frost. They are solid, tangible, locked in a landscape of blinding white and endless blue. A ship abandoned here does not vanish into a storm's fury or a triangle of legend. It is given to the ice. And the ice is a patient, meticulous curator. It preserves, it encases. It holds a vessel in a frozen tableau for years, for decades, before the currents shift and the flows part, and the ghost is released, sailing silently on, crewless and untethered, a moving piece of the landscape itself. This is not a story of a sudden screaming mystery. This is the slow, chilling saga of a ship that refused to die. The vessel destined for this uncanny afterlife was utterly pragmatic in origin. She was the SS Baychimo, a 1,322-ton steel-hulled cargo steamer built in the bustling shipyards of Hamburg, Germany in 1914. Her birth year, shadowed by the coming Great War, was a footnote to her purpose. She was a workhorse, purchased by the venerable Hudson's Bay Company and tasked with a specific, grueling annual circuit. Each summer, as the Arctic pack ice retreated, the Baychimo would push north from Vancouver, threading through the Bering Strait to begin her lonely patrol along the top of the world. Her route traced the remote coastlines of Alaska and the Canadian Yukon, a string of tiny, isolated trading posts and Inuit settlements clinging to the shore. Her cargo was the currency of the frozen north. Trade goods, flour, tobacco, tools, ammunition, going in, and precious bales of Arctic fox, beaver, and seal pelts coming out. For 17 summers, this was her rhythm. Her crew knew the peculiar dangers of these waters, not just ice, but the profound isolation, the weeks between ports, the knowledge that rescue, if needed, was a distant and uncertain prospect. She was a floating general store, a lifeline for communities, and a profitable artery for one of the world's oldest corporations. She was built for endurance, with a double hull to withstand ice pressure, but she was not built for legend. Yet. The autumn of 1931 turned vicious early. By October, the Baychimo was on her southbound run, heavy with a season's harvest of furs, her holds packed with wealth. She was near Point Barrow, Alaska, the northernmost tip of the United States, when the weather closed in with unprecedented speed. The temperature plummeted, the sea began to congeal, the pack ice, which should have been miles offshore, surged inward. It surrounded the ship, then gripped her. The floes pressed against her black sides, creaking and groaning, lifting her hull slightly, then settling. She was frozen fast, a beetle in amber. The situation was serious but not yet desperate. Ships got icebound in the Arctic. They wintered over. But the Hudson's Bay Company, assessing the risk to both crew and valuable cargo, made a bold decision. In a remarkable feat of logistics for 1931, they arranged an aerial evacuation for most of the men. Small aircraft, a novelty in the far north, landed on the smoother ice near the imprisoned ship and ferried the crew to safety. It was a headline making rescue, but the company left a skeleton crew of 15 men behind. Their orders were simple: set up a temporary camp on the solid ice adjacent to the Baychimo, shelter in her if needed, and wait. Wait for a shift in the wind, a thaw, any change that would break the ice's grip and free their ship. They built wooden shelters, stocked them with provisions from the ship, and settled in for a vigil. The Baychimo, they believed, was temporarily detained, not doomed. Then, in early November, the blizzard came. It was not merely a storm, it was a white wall of screaming wind and driven snow that blotted out the world for 3 solid days. The men huddled in their ice-bound shelters, the canvas walls snapping, the temperature diving to depths that stole breath. They could not see their own hands in front of their faces, let alone the ship that was their sanctuary and their charge. All they could do was wait it out. When the tempest finally exhausted itself and the Arctic silence returned, they emerged into a transformed world. The landscape of ice had been scoured and rearranged, and where the SS Baychimo had been, there was nothing. Just a flat, scarred plain of ice and snow. The ship was gone. Not sunk, there was no open water, no debris, but vanished, as if plucked from the earth by a giant's hand. The assumption was catastrophic. The men concluded that the storm-driven ice had finally overwhelmed the hull, crushing it and sending the wreckage to the seabed. They radioed the grim news. The Hudson's Bay Company, pragmatic to its core, wrote off the vessel and her lucrative cargo as a total loss. The insurance claims were prepared. The story of the Baychimo, it seemed, had reached its abrupt and icy conclusion. But the Arctic was not finished with the Baychimo. 4 days after the storm, an Inuit hunter named Nukuk was traveling across the sea ice some 45 miles from the abandoned camp. He saw a dark shape on the horizon, a smudge against the white. As he drew closer, the shape resolved into a ship. It was the Baychimo, battered but intact, riding low but still defiantly afloat in a newly opened lead of water. She had not been crushed. The phenomenal pressure of the blizzard had instead done something extraordinary. It had shifted the entire ice field around her, squeezing and lifting her hull, then depositing her into a channel of open water as the pack ice dynamically rearranged itself. She was free, and she was alone. The hunter reported his sighting, a message that must have seemed like a mirage to the company officials. Their lost ship had resurrected herself, but she was now adrift in the most treacherous and remote sea on the planet, a derelict carrying a fortune in furs with no master and no destination. The ghost ship phase of her existence had begun. What followed was one of the most prolonged and well-documented hauntings in maritime history. The Baychimo did not disappear. She lingered. Over the next 38 years, she was sighted at least 11 separate times by a disparate catalogue of witnesses: Inuit hunters on the ice, Alaskan fishermen in their boats, even crews of other Hudson's Bay Company vessels. She became a familiar, if startling, feature of the seascape. Each sighting was a snapshot of her slow odyssey. In 1932, she was boarded by a party from the company schooner Trader. They retrieved some of the most valuable furs from her hold. In 1933, she was spotted drifting calmly, seemingly seaworthy. In 1934, a group of Inuit hunters, caught in a sudden gale, managed to clamber aboard her and took shelter within her iron walls for 10 days, waiting out the storm in the eerie silence of the empty cabins and corridors before the ice released her again. She was like an Arctic Flying Dutchman, but real, tangible, a rusting steel island offering temporary refuge before vanishing back into the fog and ice. Attempts were made to salvage her, to tow her to port, but the Arctic always intervened. A tow line would part in a gale. A salvage crew would be forced to retreat by encroaching ice. The Baychimo, it seemed, had chosen her own path. Her sightings spanned decades, a thread through mid-century Arctic history. In 1939, she was seen off the Alaska coast. In 1940, she was reported frozen in an ice floe. During the Second World War, with the Arctic a theatre of supply convoys and secret weather stations, she was sighted again, a neutral and eerie participant. In 1962, a group of scientists studying polar bear migration photographed her from the air, a dark speck in a white expanse. Her persistence defied all logic. Wooden ships would have been ground to splinters by the ice. Most steel hulls would have succumbed to corrosion or sprung leaks from the relentless pressure, but the Baychimo endured. She became a piece of local folklore, a legend passed between pilots and trappers. "Seen the ghost ship lately?" was a question in northern bars. She was a fact, not a myth. The last confirmed sighting was in 1969, 38 years after her abandonment. An oil exploration vessel working in the Beaufort Sea reported seeing a derelict steamer, description matching the Baychimo, frozen into the pack ice. By then, she would have been 55 years old, a relic from a different era of Arctic exploration, older than most of the men on the spotting ship. After that, silence. No more photographs, no more hunters' tales. The ice finally closed its museum. Searches were mounted over the years, particularly as modern side-scan sonar technology became available. The Alaskan government kept a file open on her, a bureaucratic acknowledgement of a living mystery. It was not until 2006, 75 years after she first slipped her icy moorings, that the state of Alaska formally declared the fate of the SS Baychimo unknown. She is presumed finally to have found the seabed, her hull perhaps perforated by rust or a particularly brutal ice shear, sending her and any remaining cargo to a quiet grave thousands of feet down. But in the Arctic, presumption is not certainty. The pack ice keeps its secrets. The mystery of the Baychimo is not, in the end, a supernatural one. It is a mystery of extraordinary resilience, a confluence of specific, material facts. Her survival for nearly 4 decades as a drifting hulk is partly explained by her robust construction. Built in German yards for durability, her double hull was designed to resist ice pressure. The very pack ice that imprisoned her also acted as a protective cradle, shielding her from the worst of the open ocean's waves and storms. When adrift, she was often encased in ice, which stabilized her and slowed corrosion. The Arctic cold acted as a preservative, slowing bacterial decay and metal fatigue. Furthermore, the currents of the Beaufort Sea, part of the Great Arctic Gyre, tend to keep floating objects circling in a slow, endless loop. The Baychimo was caught in a slow-motion carousel, a passive participant in the ocean's grand mechanics. She was a perfectly adapted ghost, her physical form suited to her haunting grounds. Yet, the human element of the story, the repeated sightings, the failed salvages, the men who sheltered in her, transcends mere maritime engineering. It speaks to the profound strangeness of encountering a vessel that is both there and not there, a functioning object utterly devoid of human agency, sailing on with a purpose known only to the wind and current. Her story is a bridge between the age of hardy Arctic steamers and the modern era of satellite tracking. Today, a derelict like the Baychimo would be monitored by radar, its position pinged by automated systems. It would not be allowed to drift for decades as a hazard and a legend. Her 38-year voyage was possible only in a world still vast and unmonitored, where the maps still had blank spaces labeled uncharted. She is perhaps the last true ghost ship of the old school, a physical object that haunted a real landscape, seen by credible witnesses across generations. She is a reminder that the ocean's most enduring mysteries are not always about sudden, violent disappearances. Sometimes they are about a refusal to disappear, a stubborn, lingering presence that taunts our understanding of decay and time. The Arctic gave us a ghost we could touch, board and photograph, a ghost made of iron, ice and incredible fortune. The cold northern waters had finished with their spectral steamer. But the vast Pacific held another, very different kind of abandonment ready to unveil. In the warm, languid seas of the South Pacific, where the horizon shimmers with heat haze and the distances between islands are measured in days of quiet sailing, a different vessel would one day be found adrift. Her mystery would not be one of longevity, but of acute and baffling violation. She would be discovered partially submerged, her pumps still running, her cargo and passengers utterly gone, as if plucked from her decks by an invisible hand. The Arctic's ghost was a slow, patient spectre. The Pacific's would be a sudden, screaming silence. The story of the Baychimo, the ship that would not sink, now gives way to the story of the Joyita, a vessel found afloat, but emptied of every single soul aboard. The Pacific Ocean holds its mysteries close. Beneath its vast, sun-drenched surface lie stories swallowed whole, leaving only whispers on the trade winds. Some tales, however, refuse to sink. They bob to the surface weeks later, waterlogged and enigmatic, offering not answers but a deeper, more unsettling silence. In the autumn of 1955, such a story began not with a storm or a distress call, but with a simple, scheduled departure from a sleepy tropical port. It would become the story of a ship that vanished without a trace, only to reappear as a ghost of itself, carrying within its wooden hull the unresolved fate of 50 souls. She was a vessel born of Hollywood glamour, a far cry from the utilitarian workhorse she would become. The MV Joyita, 69 feet of elegant white painted wood, was crafted in Los Angeles in 1931. Her first owner was film director Roland West, who envisioned her as a luxury yacht for the Californian coast. Her lines were sleek, her cabins appointed for comfort. But like many stars of that era, her fortunes shifted. By the mid-1950s, she had found a new life and a new captain halfway across the world in the clear waters of the South Pacific. Her master was Dr. Thomas Miller, known to all as Dusty, an American oceanographer and a former naval officer. He was a respected figure, a man of science and the sea, who saw in the Joyita a reliable partner for charter work among the scattered islands. Under his command she became a familiar sight, carrying supplies, officials, and trade between Samoa and the remote atolls to the north. She was a floating piece of a small, interconnected world, where everyone knew the ship and everyone knew Dusty Miller. On the morning of October the 3rd, 1955, the Joyita lay at her berth in Apia, the capital of Western Samoa. The air was thick with the scent of frangipani and salt. Her schedule was routine, a voyage north to the Tokelau Islands, a distance of some 270 miles. She carried a mixed cargo and 25 souls. Among them were government officials, a merchant, and a doctor. It was a professional complement, a microcosm of the colonial administration and commerce that linked these distant dots of land. The weather forecast was fair. The sea state was normal. Captain Miller, with his naval background and local knowledge, anticipated no difficulties. He supervised the final loading, exchanged farewells with those on the dock, and cast off. The Joyita motored out of the sheltered harbour, her white shape growing smaller against the endless blue until she slicked over the horizon. It was the last time anyone in Samoa would see her. For the island she was bound for, she simply never arrived. The sea between Apia and Tokelau offered no signal, no wreckage, no clue. The Joyita, and every person aboard her, had been cleanly erased from the world. Days of silence turned into weeks. Concern hardened into alarm, and then into dread. A search was initiated, but the South Pacific is an expanse that defies easy scrutiny. Aircraft scanned thousands of square miles of empty ocean. Ships diverted from their courses to peer at the horizon. They found nothing. No oil slick, no floating debris, no life rafts. It was as if the Joyita had been lifted from the surface of the sea. The families of the missing began the agonizing wait for news that would never come. The official assumption, though unspoken, began to lean toward tragedy. A sudden, catastrophic event, a fire, an explosion, a rapid sinking that left no time for a distress call. The ocean had claimed another vessel, and with it, another story. The file was kept open, but hope was quietly abandoned. Then, 5 weeks to the day after she vanished, the ocean changed its mind. On November the 10th, a Royal New Zealand Air Force search plane on a routine patrol made a startling sighting. Drifting aimlessly 600 miles west of her intended course was a small, white vessel. It was listing heavily to port, its deck awash, riding low in the water like a wounded animal. The aircraft circled lower. There was no movement on board, no signs of life. The identification was confirmed it was the Joyita. A merchant ship was diverted to the location, and a boarding party was sent across. What they found was a scene of profound and eerie desertion. The ship was a ghost. Her cargo was gone. Her passengers and crew were gone. Her 3 life rafts were gone. Even the ship's logbook was missing. The only markers of time were the clocks on the bridge, and in the engine room, both stopped at 10:25. The Joyita had been found, but her mystery had only deepened. She was not at the bottom of the sea, she was afloat, a waterlogged tomb adrift in a current that had carried her far from any known shipping lane. The salvage operation that followed was a forensic puzzle conducted on the high seas. Towed to Fiji for inspection, the Joyita yielded her secrets slowly, and each one raised more questions. The radio, a potential lifeline, was examined first. It had been switched to the international distress frequency, 282 kHz. Someone had tried to call for help. But the investigation revealed a critical, fatal flaw. Due to faulty wiring, a known issue that had not been repaired, the transmitter's range was a pitiful 4 miles. In the immense theatre of the Pacific, it was a whisper lost in a hurricane. The call for help never left the ship's immediate vicinity. Then came the engine room. Investigators found it flooded, not from a catastrophic hull breach, but from a corroded cooling pipe connected to the starboard engine. Seawater had seeped in, eventually disabling the machinery. The Joyita had been left powerless, adrift and mute. She was a floating island of silence, invisible and inaudible to the world beyond her own compromised hull. The condition of the vessel told the story of disorder, but not of instantaneous disaster. The cargo hold was empty. 4 heavy 40-gallon drums, along with medical supplies and assorted trade goods, had been deliberately removed. They were not washed overboard, they were taken. This pointed strongly to an external intervention after the ship was disabled. The Joyita, dead in the water, had been boarded. Furthermore, on the deck, investigators discovered blood-stained bandages. This was evidence of injury, of someone tending to a wound. It suggested a period of time, hours, perhaps days, where the situation aboard was dire but not immediately fatal. People were hurt, but they were alive and attempting to cope. The combination of the missing cargo and the medical evidence painted a grim picture. The disabled ship may have been discovered by another vessel, one with less than honorable intentions. A looting, followed by an abandonment. But if that were the case, what became of the 50 people? They were not on the boarding vessel. They had taken to the life rafts. So where did those rafts go? A central figure in understanding the crew's psychology was Captain Miller himself. He was a man of experience, and he held a steadfast belief in his ship. He had often told crew members and passengers that the Joyita was unsinkable. This was not mere bravado, it was based on her construction. Her hull was lined with cork, a buoyant material that would keep her afloat even if she filled with water. His confidence was technically correct. When found, the Joyita was nearly swamped, but she was still stubbornly on the surface, a testament to her cork-lined bones. This very confidence, however, may have been a fatal factor. Faced with a flooding engine room and a dead radio, Miller may have believed they could ride it out. That help would come, or they could drift to land. The decision to abandon a vessel you believe cannot sink is a monumental one. It is possible that this belief delayed the order to take to the life rafts until conditions deteriorated beyond salvage, until a storm approached, or until a suspicious vessel appeared on the horizon. By then, launching the rafts from a heavily listing, waterlogged ship in open ocean would have been a perilous, perhaps disastrous operation. The official inquiries that followed could reach no definitive conclusion. Theories proliferated, each grappling with the incomplete evidence. Piracy was a favorite, given the missing cargo. Yet post-war piracy in the South Pacific was rare, and murdering 50 people for a few drums of goods seemed extreme. A mutiny was suggested, but the composition of the passengers, government officials, a doctor, made a violent uprising seem unlikely. Some pointed to the superstructure hatch, a small opening on deck that was found unsecured, suggesting a wave might have washed over and caused panic. But that did not explain the missing cargo. The blood-stained bandages indicated injury, but not necessarily violence. Could it have been a perfect storm of misfortune? A disabling flood, a failed radio, an injury during repairs, followed by a panicked and poorly executed abandonment into life rafts that were then lost at sea? It is a plausible, tragic sequence. Yet the deliberate removal of cargo hangs over this theory like a shadow. It is the detail that refuses to fit neatly, the hint of a human hand in the darkness. The final, unshakable fact is the silence of the 50. No body ever washed ashore. No life raft was ever found, not a single paddle or water cask. No survivor ever stepped forward from a remote atoll with a tale to tell. In the decades since, no confession has emerged, no deathbed revelation from a supposed looter. The passengers and crew of the Joyita did not just die, they were utterly annihilated from the physical record. The ship, their only monument, was a paradox, a vessel that refused to sink, preserving not their lives but the absolute mystery of their end. It floated as a taunting question mark on the waves. The Pacific is a place of immense beauty and profound indifference. It gives up its secrets reluctantly. In the case of the Joyita, it gave up only the shell, hollowed out and silent. The truth remains out there, somewhere in the deep, or carried on the currents of human fate that are even more unpredictable than the ocean. The story of the Joyita is a lesson in maritime vulnerability. It showcases how a cascade of small failures, a corroded pipe, a poorly wired radio, perhaps an excess of confidence, can conspire to isolate a ship completely. It shows how the ocean can swallow the evidence of human drama, leaving behind only a stage where the actors vanished. But what happens when the stage itself is not just empty, but filled with the dead? When a distress call does get through, and it speaks not of mechanical failure, but of an unseen, lethal terror that has claimed every soul on board. The mystery of the Joyita is one of absence. The next chapter in our voyage leads us to a mystery defined by a chilling, palpable presence. It is a story that begins with a crackling radio signal in one of the world's busiest straits, a signal that reports death in every corridor, on every bridge, and ends with a final, whispered promise, "I die." We turn our attention from the silent, empty waters of the Pacific to the steamy, treacherous Strait of Malacca and the haunting legend of the SS Ourang Medan, the ship of death. The sea has many voices. It whispers in the waves, roars in the storm, and sings in the wind through the rigging. But sometimes it speaks in a language of pure silence, a void more terrifying than any sound. And sometimes that silence is preceded by a final, desperate cry, a message sent from a world already ending, a broadcast from the dead. This is the story of a signal, a ship, and a mystery that may not exist at all. It begins not with a sighting, but with a sound, a series of frantic clicks and dashes that cut through the static of a tropical afternoon, a message that will become the cornerstone of one of the ocean's most chilling and unverifiable legends. In the late spring of 1947, the Strait of Malacca was, as it is today, a pulsing artery of global commerce. A narrow, treacherous channel between the Malay Peninsula and the Indonesian island of Sumatra. Its waters have seen empires rise and fall, spices traded, and countless ships pass through its humid embrace. It was here, in this crowded historical lane, that multiple vessels reportedly intercepted a sequence of Morse code that defied comprehension. The signal was weak, fractured, but its meaning was horrifyingly clear. The transmitting ship identified itself as the SS Ourang Medan. The operator's message was a clinical inventory of death. "All officers, including captain, are dead," it stated, "lying in chart room and on bridge." There was a pause, a crackle of static that might have been a shudder. Then, possibly whole crew dead. The ships listening waited, their own operators leaning closer to their sets, the routine chatter of the sea lane falling silent. What followed was a burst of indecipherable code, a jumble of letters as if the sender's fist had lost all rhythm or control. And then, two final, stark words that closed the transmission forever: "I die." The story, as it would later be told, then shifts to an American merchant vessel named the Silver Star. According to the accounts that would later surface, the Silver Star, upon hearing the distress call, altered course and began a search. The name Ourang Medan was not familiar, but the coordinates were. After some time, a lookout spotted a vessel drifting listlessly, a Dutch-built cargo ship of modest size, its paintwork faded by the equatorial sun. There was no movement on deck, no response to hails, no smoke from its stack. It was the Ourang Medan. The captain of the Silver Star ordered a boarding party lowered. Men climbed into a launch, the oars dipping into the calm, warm water, their eyes fixed on the silent ship ahead. As they drew alongside, the scale of the silence became palpable. No birds circled, no sound of machinery or voices drifted down. Only the gentle slap of water against the steel hull. They climbed the ladder onto a deck that was not just empty, but frozen in a tableau of absolute termination. What the boarding party found was a nightmare rendered in flesh and bone. The entire crew was dead. They were not below decks, not in their bunks, but scattered across the vessel's open spaces as if struck down in mid-motion. The captain was found on the bridge, the chief officer in the chart room. But it was their postures, their expressions, that seared the story into legend. Every face was frozen in a mask of sheer, unadulterated terror. Eyes were wide open, staring at some unseen horror in the sky or the superstructure. Arms were outstretched, fingers clawing at the air or pointing towards something that was no longer there. There were no visible wounds, no signs of violence, no indication of fire or flooding. The men appeared to have died simultaneously in a moment of collective paralyzing fear. Even the ship's dog, found on the deck, was contorted in the same rictus of dread, its lips pulled back from its teeth. The tropical heat was oppressive, yet the scene felt cold, a snapshot of a final second that had stretched into eternity. The boarding party, seasoned sailors, felt a primal chill. They reported an eerie coldness lingering around the bodies, a stark contrast to the sweltering air. Their mission shifted from rescue to investigation, but the ship offered no clues, only questions. The logbook was missing. The cargo holds were sealed. The only sound was their own hurried breathing and the creak of the derelict ship as it rolled in the gentle swell. The decision was made to take the Ourang Medan under tow. The mystery was too profound to simply abandon the ship to the currents. A tow line was prepared, and the Silver Star began the delicate maneuver. But as the cables were being secured, a thin wisp of smoke was seen curling from a ventilation shaft near number 4 hold. The smoke thickened rapidly, turning from grey to an acrid black. Within minutes, flames were licking at the hatch covers. The boarding party, still on the ghost ship, had to run for their lives, scrambling back into their launch as the heat intensified. They pulled away just in time. The fire, seemingly born from nothing, raced through the Ourang Medan's interior. Then, with a deafening roar that echoed across the empty sea, the ship exploded. The blast was violent, tearing the vessel apart. Planks, metal, and debris rained down into the churning water. Within minutes, all that remained was a spreading oil slick and a few pieces of charred flotsam. The SS Ourang Medan and every piece of physical evidence it contained was gone, swallowed by the very sea that had witnessed its doom. The Silver Star's crew could only watch, their faces illuminated by the dying flames, the mystery now compounded by total annihilation. This is the story, a perfect, terrifying maritime ghost story. It was first published in 1948 in a Dutch maritime journal, and later, in 1952, in the Proceedings of the United States Naval Institute. It has been reprinted, referenced, and dramatized for decades. But here we encounter the solid wall against which the legend shatters. The problem is not the story's internal logic, but its complete absence from the external, documented world. No vessel named Ourang Medan, meaning Man of Medan from the Indonesian port city, appears in any official ship registry of the period. Lloyd's of London, the definitive record keeper of global shipping for centuries, has no entry for such a ship, no record of its construction, its ownership, or its loss. The American merchant vessel Silver Star, while the real ship, has no surviving logbook entry or crew testimony from June 1947 that corroborates the event. No distress call was logged by other ships in the notoriously busy Strait of Malacca that day. No official inquiry was ever launched by Dutch, British, or American maritime authorities. The entire edifice of the Ourang Medan mystery rests on those two magazine articles, which themselves cite unnamed sources and offer no verifiable primary documents. It is a story that exists solely in the realm of print, a phantom in the archives. So, if the story is not true as reported, what could it be? One compelling theory, advanced by researchers like Roy Bainton, moves the Ourang Medan from the realm of the supernatural to the shadowy world of post-war profiteering and crime. The late 1940s were a time of chaos and opportunity in Southeast Asia. The theory suggests the Ourang Medan was not a legitimate merchant vessel, but a ghost ship in the criminal sense, an unlicensed, unregistered tramp steamer running illegal cargo. Its specific cargo, the theory proposes, was either potassium cyanide used in illicit gold extraction or unstable chemical compounds like nitroglycerin. This would explain the lack of any official record. It would also provide a grimly logical explanation for the crew's fate. A leaking cyanide gas, colorless and odorless, could have asphyxiated the entire crew in minutes, causing the terrified expressions and the outstretched arms as they clawed for air that was no longer there. The reported coldness could be a misinterpretation of the body's rapid cooling after such a death. The fire and catastrophic explosion? Nitroglycerin or even certain chemical fertilizers can become violently unstable when heated or contaminated by seawater leaking into a hold. A single spark from shifting cargo or a stressed bulkhead could have triggered the final conflagration. In this version, the distress call becomes a final act of doomed conscience from a radio operator who knew his ship was engaged in a deadly trade. This theory is elegant in its plausibility. It accounts for the silence of the registries, the manner of death, and the violent end. It transforms the Ourang Medan from a supernatural puzzle into a human tragedy of greed and danger. Yet, even this explanation remains just that, a theory. There is no manifest, no bill of lading, no testimony from dock workers in a forgotten port to confirm it. The illegal cargo theory is a best fit solution to a problem that itself might be fictional. The story's origins are also suspicious. Some researchers have pointed out that the tale bears a striking resemblance to plot elements in popular horror and science fiction pulp magazines of the 1930s and 40s, where crews are found dead, pointing in terror at alien horrors or ancient curses. The 1948 publication date places it squarely in a post-war period, ripe for such sensational stories. It is possible the Ourang Medan is a composite, a sea story crafted from half-remembered rumours, a real but minor chemical accident at sea, and a heavy dose of imaginative fiction, then published in a reputable journal where it gained an undeserved patina of truth. The Ourang Medan, therefore, sits at the extreme edge of maritime history. It is a liminal case, hovering between fact and folklore. It may be entirely fabricated, a deliberate hoax that escaped its creator's control. It may be partially true, a real incident involving a ship with a different name, its details distorted and mythologized through retelling. Or it may be a genuine tragedy that occurred in the lawless shadows of post-war trade, deliberately erased from the record by those who profited from its voyage or who wished to avoid the scandal of its cargo. This last possibility is perhaps the most haunting of all, the idea that the truth did sink to the bottom of the Malacca Strait, not just in a blast of fire, but in a conspiracy of silence. The Ourang Medan serves as a crucial case study. It demonstrates how a maritime legend is constructed. It requires a plausible setting, a chilling central image, a destruction of evidence, and a publication in a source that lends it credibility. It shows why such legends are so persistent and so difficult to definitively disprove. You cannot prove a negative. You cannot find records of a ship that never officially existed. The ocean's silence becomes the legend's greatest ally. The story endures because it taps into a profound, seafaring fear, not of storm or shipwreck, but of the unknown within the ship itself. The terror of a threat with no origin, no weapon, no enemy to fight. It is the fear of the air turning against you, of the very structure of your world becoming lethal. The frozen, pointing corpses are an image that bypasses logic and strikes directly at the primitive brain. They died seeing something. What did they see? A leaking gas is invisible. A supernatural horror is, by definition, unseeable to us. The question hangs in the air, as persistent as the tropical humidity. The Ourang Medan, real or not, has sailed into the collective consciousness as the ultimate ghost ship, a vessel where death came not from the sea, but from within, leaving behind only a radio signal and a mystery built on absence. It represents the point where documented history dissolves into the ocean of story, where the lack of evidence becomes the very fuel for the myth. We are left with a choice, to dismiss it as a clever fabrication, or to accept that some truths are so dangerous, so inexplicable, that the sea claims them completely, leaving behind only a warning whisper in the form of a tale too strange to be believed and too chilling to be forgotten. This unresolved echo, this signal from a void, prepares us for a mystery from a different era, one documented in vivid, frustrating detail. A mystery where the technology of the modern age did not solve the puzzle, but only deepened it. For our next story moves us from the post-war shadows of the Pacific to the brilliant, tourist-filled waters of the Great Barrier Reef in the 21st century. It is a story of a short, routine journey, of a catamaran found sailing perfectly under power, her table set, her engine running, but with her three-man crew vanished without a trace. A mystery where every clue is a contradiction, and the sea offers not a legend, but a crime scene with no crime. The story of the Kaz II. The sea holds many kinds of silence. There is the quiet of a becalmed ocean, a glassy expanse under a burning sun. There is the deep, resonant silence of the abyss, miles below the surface. And there is another silence, more chilling than any other, the silence of a vessel found adrift, her decks empty, her cabin still warm with the ghost of recent life, her story severed in mid-sentence. This is not the silence of centuries-old legend, but of a modern morning, under a familiar sky. It is the silence that greeted a rescue helicopter over the Coral Sea one April day, a silence that turned a routine trip into one of Australia's most perplexing maritime mysteries. The story begins not with storm or omen, but with the utterly ordinary. It is April 15th, 2007. The air at Airlie Beach is warm and carries the scent of salt and sunscreen. The marina is a postcard of Queensland leisure, a forest of masts clinking softly in the breeze. Among them is the Kaz II, a 9.8-metre sailing catamaran, neat and compact. Her owners and crew are three men, brothers Derek and Peter Batten, aged 56 and 69, and their friend, 63-year-old James Tunstead. They are experienced, practical men. Derek, a mechanic, had recently purchased the catamaran. This voyage from Airlie Beach to Townsville, a hop of roughly 120 nautical miles up the coast, is meant to be a shakedown cruise, a simple journey in their own backyard. They are not crossing oceans, they are moving a boat from one familiar port to another. They stock the galley, check the engine, and cast off lines under a clear sky. The forecast is benign. As they motor out of the harbour, they wave to someone on the dock. It is the last confirmed sighting of them alive. For 5 days there is nothing but quiet routine, or so it is assumed. The men are in no hurry. They likely anchor in secluded coves of the Whitsunday Islands, those emerald gems scattered across the sea. They fish, they swim, they make notes about the boat's handling. They are in touch with family by mobile phone. The last contact comes from Derek Batten on the evening of April 18th. He sends a text message stating they are anchored off St. Sain, Bees Island, just north of Mackay. The message is cheerful, unremarkable, all is well. Then the line goes quiet. This silence is not immediately alarming. Mobile coverage is patchy in the islands. They are on holiday. But by the morning of April 20th, when they fail to arrive in Townsville as planned, concern solidifies into alarm. A search is initiated. The vast, sun-drenched expanse of the Coral Sea becomes a grid to be scanned. The discovery, when it comes, is both a relief and the beginning of a deeper puzzle. A police helicopter, sweeping an area about 80 nautical miles off the coast, spots a small white catamaran drifting aimlessly. It is the Kaz II. The helicopter circles, low. There is no movement on deck. No one emerges from the cabin to wave. The vessel is sailing itself, a lonely automaton on a calm blue stage. The rescue swimmer is winched down. He lands on the deck, calls out. His voice is swallowed by the wind and the hum of the idling engine. He steps into the cockpit and then into the cabin. What he finds there is a scene of interrupted life, a domestic snapshot frozen in time. The engine is running. The radio is switched on, set to the Marine Distress Channel. A laptop computer is open on the table, its screen alive. Meals are laid out on plates in the galley. A pair of sunglasses rests on a chart. A wallet and a mobile phone are left in clear view. Life jackets are stowed neatly under the seats, not worn. It is as if the three men had just stepped away for a moment, perhaps to adjust a sail or look at a fish. But they have been gone for days. The helicopter pilot reports the sighting, his voice tense with confusion. The Kaz II is taken under tow, a ghost ship delivered back to the modern world, her every detail about to be placed under a forensic microscope. The initial examination only deepens the mystery. Investigators from the Australian Transport Safety Bureau comb every inch of the 12-metre vessel. They find no signs of a struggle, no blood stains, no overturned furniture, no indication of violence or foul play. The personal belongings of all three men are aboard, including their passports and medication. The boat is structurally sound. There is plenty of fuel and water. Yet, there are two critical clues that speak to a moment of sudden crisis. One of the vessel's sails, the jib, is found torn and badly entangled in the rigging. More tellingly, a single rope, a safety line, is discovered trailing in the water from the stern, its end frayed. This is not the orderly deployment of a boarding ladder. This suggests something happened in haste. A line was cast off or snapped and was left to drag. The vessel's global positioning system plotter holds a final, silent record. It shows the Kaz II sailing in a slow, lazy circle for 2 days after the men vanished, the engine gently pushing it around and around in a vast, empty expanse of ocean. The official investigation faced a riddle with no witnesses and no bodies. How do three capable seamen disappear from a stable, powered catamaran in fine weather? The Bureau's marine experts reconstructed a scenario, a theory of tragic dominoes. They proposed that one of the men, perhaps while untangling the jib or retrieving the trailing rope, fell overboard. This in itself was not a death sentence. The water was warm, the boat was moving slowly. In an instinctive, heroic reaction, a second man likely rushed to help, perhaps leaning over the safety lines or deploying a life ring, and also fell into the sea. The third man, now facing a double emergency, might have thrown a lifebuoy or started the engine to maneuver, the engine found still running, and in his frantic efforts he too was claimed by the water. It would have been a cascade of accidents, each following the other within a span of 2 or 3 desperate minutes. In such a panic, there would have been no time to send a mayday call on the active radio, no time to grab life jackets. The boat, with its engine set, would simply have motored away from them, leaving the men behind in a suddenly immense ocean. This chain of misfortune theory became the Australian Transport Safety Bureau's final conclusion. It was a logical, mechanical explanation that required no supernatural intervention, no external threat. It painted a heartbreaking picture of good intentions and terrible luck, a reminder that the sea's danger often lies in the split-second slip, the unsecured step, the simple loss of balance. The inquest into the deaths, held by the Queensland coroner in 2008, largely accepted this finding. Yet the coroner's report was notably cautious. Without bodies, without definitive proof, the finding was left open. The exact sequence of events, the coroner stated, would likely never be known. And it is within that space of uncertainty that other voices, including seasoned sailors and the families of the lost men, raised pointed and persistent questions. The critics of the official theory focus on the very normality of the scene. The conditions were not just good, they were excellent. The sea was calm, the winds light. All three men were experienced. Derek Batten was a qualified mechanic, Peter a former fisherman, James a lifelong boating enthusiast. They were not novices prone to panic. Then there is the central, puzzling fact of the running engine. If the boat was under power, as the evidence suggests, it would have been relatively stable and easy to control. A man overboard procedure for a powered catamaran is a drilled routine. Throw a lifebuoy, keep the victim in sight, circle back. For one man to fall overboard from such a platform was unlikely. For a second to follow in the same manner stretches credibility. For a third to vanish without any of them managing to grab a radio or even shout a warning into a working mobile phone seems to defy the odds. The life jackets, stowed away, suggest they never saw a crisis coming that required them. The prepared meals indicate they were moments from sitting down to eat. What could have compelled all three to abandon the safety of the cockpit simultaneously? Other theories, of course, swirled in the absence of answers. Could the men have been affected by carbon monoxide from the engine, leading to confusion? Forensic tests found no evidence. Could they have been struck by a sudden freak wave while all were on deck? The weather data argues against it. Could there have been an altercation, a fight that led to all three going overboard? The complete lack of disorder in the cabin and the missing life jackets make this unlikely. The most haunting possibility is that they were in the water together, watching their boat, their solid, familiar, engine-humming home, slowly motor away from them, a sight of salvation growing smaller on the horizon until it vanished. The psychological horror of that moment is almost unimaginable. They were in one of the busiest shipping lanes off the Australian coast, yet seen by no one. The final, bleak fact is that the sea never gave up its dead. Despite extensive air and sea searches covering thousands of square miles, no trace of Derek, Peter or James was ever found. The Coral Sea absorbed them completely. The coroner's open finding was a legal acknowledgement of a mystery unresolved. It stands as a testament to the fact that even in our age of satellite phones, GPS and instant communication, the ocean can still enact a perfect disappearance. The Kaz II was not a rotting hulk from another century. She was a modern fiberglass catamaran with a working engine and an open laptop. Her mystery is not draped in the fog of legend, but exposed in the harsh, revealing sunlight of the 21st century. It forces us to confront a disquieting truth, that the most unsettling ghost ships are not those lost to time, but those lost to the present moment, where every clue is visible and yet the story remains utterly, profoundly blank. The case of the Kaz II leaves us with a paradox of proximity. We have the vessel intact. We have a detailed record of its final hours via its GPS. We have a snapshot of the crew's last moments. And yet, we have nothing. The mystery is distilled to its purest form, 3 men gone from a sealed environment. It underscores that the ocean's ultimate power may not be in its storms, but in its capacity to erase. As the Kaz II was cleaned, repaired, and eventually sold to new owners, a chilling coda, the mystery entered the annals of modern maritime lore. It serves as a bridge between the ancient tales of vanished crews and the new, digital age of mysteries. For if we cannot solve this puzzle, with all its evidence laid bare, what does that say about the countless other vessels that disappear without a trace? The Kaz II's silence echoes forward, a prelude to an even stranger case of abandonment, one where the vessel itself was a ghost, a ship that seemed to have no past at all. A rust-stained oil tanker, spotted drifting in the same waters, carrying no crew, no name, and no history. The Jian Seng. The ocean holds many kinds of ghosts. Some are spectral, woven from centuries of sailors' yarns and stormlight. Others are more tangible, but no less haunting. They are steel and rust, adrift in the modern sea, carrying not the souls of the damned, but the silence of erased identity. These are the ghosts of our own making, vessels that slip through the cracks of a global system, appearing without a past, belonging to no one, and answering to no law. In the vast, shallow basin of the Gulf of Carpentaria, the water is a deceptively calm expanse of blues and greens. This remote sea, tucked between the northern claw of Australia and the coast of Papua New Guinea, is a place of immense solitude. Its shores are sparsely populated, its waters are rich with marine life, and its horizons are typically empty. It is a perfect stage for a sudden, unexplained arrival. In April of 2006, an Australian Customs and Border Protection Service aircraft was conducting a routine maritime patrol over this quiet gulf. The flight was procedural, a sweeping visual check for illegal fishing vessels or suspicious activity in Australia's northern approaches. The crew's eyes scanned the endless water, a monotony broken only by the occasional whitecap. Then, something broke the pattern. A shape, long and low, a smudge of rust red against the deep blue. The pilot adjusted course, descending for a closer look. What emerged from the haze of distance was a ship. A large ship, approximately 80 meters from bow to stern, the length of a city block. It was an oil tanker, or something very like one, but it rode the gentle swell in a way that was utterly wrong. It was askew, drifting broadside to the current, making no headway. Through the binoculars and camera lenses, details snapped into focus. The hull was streaked with orange corrosion. No wake churned at its stern, no flag flew from its mast, no name was visible on its bow or stern. It was a vessel in every sense of the word, but it displayed none of the markers that give a ship its place in the world. It was simply there, a silent, rusting question mark adrift, 160 kilometers off the Queensland coast. The aircraft circled, documenting the anomaly. Radio calls on international maritime frequencies elicited no response. The vessel was a ghost in the most immediate sense, present, physical, yet utterly unresponsive. A signal was sent, and the Australian customs vessel ACV Triton was dispatched to intercept. The Triton was a capable patrol boat, but as it closed on the drifting giant, the scale of the mystery grew. Up close, the ship was a study in abandonment. Its paint was blistered by sun and salt. Windows were dark. No movement could be seen on any deck. The Triton launched a boarding party, a team of officers clad in life vests and helmets, their small, rigid-hulled inflatable boat bouncing across the waves toward the towering, silent steel wall. Grappling hooks found purchase on a rusted railing. The officers climbed a Jacob's ladder onto the main deck. What they found was not a scene of chaos or violence, but of profound emptiness. The ship was a hollow shell. They moved through companionways and across vast, empty cargo tank tops, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. The bridge was deserted, instruments dark and dusty. The crew's quarters were bare, lockers empty. The galley held no signs of recent meals. There was no logbook in the chart room, no manifests in the captain's cabin, no paperwork of any kind. It was as if the ship had been systematically stripped of its identity, of any record of its journey, its purpose, or its people. The only clue, and it was a fragile one, was discovered on the hull. Under layers of grime and peeling paint, the boarding party could just make out the faint, scarred remnants of letters. With effort, they pieced together a name, Jian Seng. The name was a thread, however thin. The Jian Seng was now a subject of an official investigation. Australian maritime authorities began the meticulous process of identification. They contacted Lloyd's of London, the centuries-old repository of global shipping data. They queried the International Maritime Organization's registry. They reached out to national registries across Asia and beyond. The result was a bureaucratic silence as profound as the physical silence on the ship. No current registration for a vessel named Jian Seng matched this hull. No owner stepped forward to claim her. No port of origin could be confirmed. She did not appear on any active commercial shipping lists. It was as if the ship had been born on the high seas, a fully formed entity without a past. Investigators dug deeper, looking for retired or deleted registrations. Sometimes ships are re-registered under new names, their old identities scrubbed from the records. But even this trail went cold. The Jian Seng had no digital footprint, no paper trail, no legal heartbeat. In the meticulously documented world of international shipping, where every ton of displacement is accounted for and every voyage is tracked, this 80-meter tanker was an impossibility. It was a ship that officially did not exist, yet the ship itself offered physical clues to its purpose. While its cargo tanks were empty, they were not clean. Inspection revealed residues, thick, viscous smears clinging to the interior steel. Analysis confirmed it was residue of marine fuel oil. This was not a tanker designed for long-distance transport of crude oil. Its configuration and equipment pointed to a different, more niche function. The Jian Seng had almost certainly been used as a fuel bunkering ship, a floating gas station for other vessels. In remote fishing grounds, especially in the vast and often poorly monitored waters of Southeast Asia and the South Pacific, such ships operate as mobile depots. Fishing fleets can stay at sea for months, far beyond the range of their own fuel tanks, by rendezvousing with a bunker ship like this. It is a practical solution, but it is also a practice that thrives in the shadows of regulation. Operating outside of port authorities, these transfers are cash-based, rarely logged, and perfect for extending the reach of illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing operations. The bunker ship is a critical enabler of the grey economy of the sea, allowing fishing vessels to plunder protected waters without ever needing to come ashore and face inspection. The Jian Seng, with its erased identity, was the perfect ghost for this role. It could appear, service a fleet, vanish, and leave no official record of the transaction. Its anonymity was its primary asset. The investigation reached a practical and ultimately unsatisfying conclusion. No country claimed the Jian Seng. No owner emerged to accept liability. The ship was a hazard to navigation, a massive, unlit derelict that could tear the hull out of any vessel that collided with it in the night. Towing it to a port for indefinite, costly storage was not feasible. Australian authorities made a decision. They would not preserve this mystery. The Jian Seng was taken under tow, not to a pier, but to a designated disposal area in shallow water within the Gulf. There, in a controlled operation, the ship was scuttled. Holes were cut in its hull, and the sea was allowed to reclaim the steel that had, for a time, defied all records. It sank beneath the waves, becoming an artificial reef and a navigation hazard removed. But in doing so, it also took with it any chance for a more thorough forensic examination. The secrets held in the wear patterns on its deck, in the microscopic traces in its tanks, in the very composition of its rust, were sealed beneath the water. The Jian Seng was erased a second time, not from paperwork, but from the world of light and air. The sinking of the Jian Seng was not an ending, but a single data point in a much larger, ongoing phenomenon. This vessel is one of dozens, perhaps hundreds, that appear in the world's oceans each year as bureaucratic ghosts. They are ships that have slipped their legal moorings through fraud, negligence, or deliberate criminal concealment. The practice of flagging out to states with lax regulations, the complex webs of shell company ownership, and the simple act of painting over a name and radioing in a false one. These are the tools that create modern phantom ships. They are used for illegal fishing, for smuggling, for human trafficking, for scrapping in dangerous, unregulated beaches. Their stories are less about supernatural mystery and more about the vast, ungoverned spaces that still exist in our interconnected world. The ocean remains a place where a large, complex machine can simply lose its identity, becoming a true ghost ship not through storm or curse, but through the deliberate exploitation of systemic gaps. The Jian Seng was a symptom. Its empty, drifting form was a physical manifestation of a shadow economy that operates with impunity over a third of the planet's surface. This case moves us firmly into the modern era of maritime mystery, where the unknown is often a product of human systems rather than natural forces. The Jian Seng asked a question that resonates far beyond the Gulf of Carpentaria in a world of satellites and digital tracking. How can something so large simply disappear from the record? The answer lies in the deliberate choice to vanish. It highlights a fundamental truth about the sea. It is not just a physical wilderness, but a jurisdictional one. A ship can sail from a regulated port into a realm where oversight fades, where identity becomes fluid. The next chapter in our journey confronts perhaps the most famous jurisdictional mystery of all, a place where legend and fact have become so entangled that separating them is its own monumental task. We turn from a single, anonymous tanker to a vast, infamous triangle of ocean to examine the stories that have defined it and the hard statistics that defy them. We move from the ghost ship with no past to the place that is said to have swallowed so many. The sea has always had its haunted corners. Places where the charts whisper warnings, where the water seems to hold its breath, and where stories of vanishing ships gather like storm clouds. But no patch of ocean has ever captured the human imagination like the one bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. It is a place of legend, a modern myth born not from ancient mariners, but from the pages of 20th century magazines. It is a story we have told ourselves to give shape to the formless dread of the deep. This is the story of the Bermuda Triangle and of the ships, like the Welsh schooner Resolven, whose ordinary tragedies were rewritten as supernatural mysteries. It is the story of separating the chilling fact from the compelling fiction. The Bermuda Triangle, as a defined and named entity, did not exist before 1964. It was an invention, a piece of literary geography. In that year, a journalist named Vincent Gaddis published an article in the pulp magazine Argosy. He drew 3 lines on a map connecting Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, and gave the space inside a name. The concept was vague, a collection of odd disappearances Gaddis had compiled, but the name was potent. It sounded scientific, like a geometric zone of danger. It gave a specific address to the unknown. The idea simmered for a decade, until it was catapulted into global consciousness by a best-selling author. Charles Berlitz's 1974 book, The Bermuda Triangle, sold 20 million copies. It was translated into dozens of languages. Berlitz, a linguist with a flair for the sensational, wove together tales of vanished aircraft and ghost ships with theories of alien abduction, time warps, and ancient Atlantean energy crystals. His book was not history, it was mythology for the modern age. It presented a curated selection of incidents, stripped of context and contradicting evidence, to build a narrative of a uniquely malevolent sea. For a generation, Berlitz's book was the truth about the triangle. It created a feedback loop. The more people believed in the mystery, the more every disappearance in the region was seen as part of the pattern, and the more the legend grew. The triangle became a cultural phenomenon, a ghost story we agreed to tell each other about the ocean. Yet, within this manufactured legend, there are genuine, sobering mysteries that defy easy explanation. The most profound of these is the disappearance of the USS Cyclops. She was a colossal vessel for her time, a Navy collier over 500 feet long, a floating mountain of coal and steel. In March 1918, during the First World War, she was sailing from Brazil to Baltimore, carrying a cargo of manganese ore. Her route took her through the Caribbean, through the waters that would later be inscribed as the Bermuda Triangle. The Cyclops vanished with all 309 officers and men aboard. Not a single distress call was heard. No wreckage was ever conclusively identified. No lifeboats were found. It remains the single largest loss of life in United States Navy history, not directly attributable to combat. The Navy launched an extensive investigation. Theories abounded. A sudden structural failure due to the heavy shifting ore cargo, a catastrophic boiler explosion, even enemy action from a German submarine, though no U-boat claimed the kill and no attack was recorded. The captain, a man named George W. Worley, was considered eccentric by some, but a competent mariner. The ship simply ceased to exist. The silence was absolute. For the families of the 309, there was no grave, no closure, only a bureaucratic declaration of loss. The Cyclops is the haunting, legitimate heart of the triangle myth, a real tragedy of immense scale that all subsequent fictionalized tales would orbit around. If the Bermuda Triangle were a statistically anomalous zone of supernatural danger, the global institutions that measure maritime risk would know. They do not. Lloyd's of London is the world's oldest and largest insurance market for ships. Its survival depends on cold, hard actuarial data, not folklore. Lloyd's does not charge a higher premium for vessels sailing through the Bermuda Triangle. Their statistics, compiled over centuries, show that the rate of loss there is no different from that of any other heavily trafficked oceanic area, like the North Sea or the waters off Japan. Similarly, the United States Coast Guard, the agency responsible for search and rescue in the region, has repeatedly stated its official position. After analyzing decades of incident reports, the Coast Guard concludes that the number of disappearances in the Triangle is not disproportionate, given the volume of ship and air traffic, the severity of the weather, and the navigational challenges. The ocean is dangerous everywhere. Ships sink in every sea on Earth every year. The Triangle's notoriety is a product of concentration of both traffic and attention. More ships pass through it, so statistically, more ships will encounter trouble there. And when they do, the story is now filtered through the powerful lens of the legend, transforming a mundane, if tragic, accident into a supernatural event. Into this vortex of legend sailed vessels like the Resolven. She was a Welsh schooner, a workhorse of the Atlantic trade. In 1884, bound from New York to Guayaquil, Ecuador, she disappeared with her crew. In Charles Berlitz's book, and in countless articles that followed, the Resolven became a data point, another ghost ship claimed by the Triangle. But the historical record tells a different, more mundane and more human story. Lloyd's casualty records for that year described the Resolven as an aging vessel. She was overloaded with a cargo of case oil, a hazardous material even in calm seas, and she departed in late summer, entering the Caribbean during the peak of the hurricane season. For a wooden schooner, heavy in the water, facing the immense power of a tropical cyclone, disappearance was not a mystery, it was a predictable occupational hazard. The Resolven was not swallowed by a dimensional rift. She was almost certainly overwhelmed by wind and wave, a fate that befell hundreds of sailing vessels in that era. Her story was not unique, but by plucking her name from the archives and placing it inside the Triangle narrative, mythmakers transformed a simple maritime tragedy into a piece of a larger, more terrifying puzzle. The Resolven's crew were no longer sailors who met a terrible but natural end. They became victims of an unknowable force. The natural forces at work in the region are dramatic enough without invention. The Gulf Stream, a vast, warm river within the ocean, flows northward through the Triangle at speeds of up to 5 knots. Its waters are a deep, royal blue, distinct from the greener coastal seas. For a vessel in distress, the Gulf Stream is a powerful, relentless dispersant. A ship that founders and sinks will have its wreckage caught in this current. Debris, life rafts, wooden spars, personal effects can be scattered across hundreds of miles within days, making it incredibly difficult for search parties to locate a crash site or understand what happened. Furthermore, the weather in this subtropical zone is notoriously volatile and can change with breathtaking speed. On the edge of the Atlantic hurricane belt, the region is a cradle for storms that later ravage coastlines. But even outside of named hurricanes, mariners face sudden, violent squalls known as microbursts, columns of wind that slam down from thunderstorms with enough force to capsize a ship. Waterspouts, tornadoes over water, are common. The sea state can transform from calm to chaotic in minutes. For early aircraft with limited range and primitive instrumentation, navigating these sudden storms was a deadly gamble. These environmental facts provide rational, evidence-based explanations for many of the incidents attributed to the Triangle's mystery. A small plane encounters a microburst and is driven into the sea. A boat suffers engine failure, is swept away by the Gulf Stream, and sinks before a distress signal can be pinpointed. The ocean here is not supernatural, it is supremely, indifferently powerful. Consider the experience of a sailor caught in such a sudden squall. The sky darkens not from the horizon, but from above, a ceiling of bruised purple and black descending. The wind does not build, it arrives as a wall, hitting the rigging with a shriek that drowns out all other sound. The sea, flat and oily moments before, is whipped into a chaos of steep, breaking waves. Rain falls not in drops but in solid sheets, stinging the face and reducing visibility to zero. On a wooden schooner like the Resolven, the strain would be immediate and catastrophic. Timbers groan. Sails, if not swiftly reefed, would be shredded. A single large wave breaking over the beam could flood the hold, especially if the cargo has shifted. In such conditions, there is often no time for a coordinated distress call. The event is too fast, too total. The ship is simply erased from the surface. This is the brutal, physical reality behind so many disappearances. It is not a silent, clean vanishing act. It is a violent, noisy, and terrifying end, witnessed only by the storm itself. The ocean does not need mysterious forces to claim ships. It has an endless arsenal of natural ones. The enduring power of the Bermuda Triangle as a cultural phenomenon reveals something fundamental about how we process disaster and the unknown. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures. We are deeply uncomfortable with random statistical chance. The idea that a ship can simply be lost, that 3 or 9 men can vanish into the blue without a clear singular cause, is psychologically unsettling. It is far more comforting to believe that such tragedies occur in a specific, named place, for a specific, even if mysterious, reason. The triangle gives us a boundary. It contains the fear. It suggests that if we just avoid that particular patch of water, we are safe. The ocean, however, obeys no such boundaries. It is indifferently dangerous from pole to pole. A freighter can sink in the calm Mediterranean. A trawler can be lost in the fog of the North Sea. A yacht can founder in the vast Pacific. These stories rarely become legends because they lack the unifying brand of the Bermuda Triangle. The legend persists because it fulfills a need. It transforms the vast, impersonal, and random cruelty of the sea into a story with a setting, a plot, and a sense of eerie purpose. We have replaced the terrifying truth of cosmic indifference with a manageable, if spooky, myth. The machinery of the myth is self-perpetuating. Every time a boat or plane goes missing in the general region, the headline writes itself, "Vessel lost in the Bermuda Triangle." The historical incidents are constantly repackaged. The 5 Navy Avenger bombers of Flight 19, lost in 1945 during a training exercise, are retold as pilots confused by compass failure, flying off into oblivion. Rarely is it mentioned that the flight leader was an inexperienced trainee, that the weather was deteriorating, that their probable crash site lies in the treacherous shallows of the Florida continental shelf, a graveyard of wrecks. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker that vanished in 1963, is a triangle staple. Less discussed is the fact that it was a converted wartime vessel carrying a molten cargo of sulfur at high temperatures, a known risk to its structural integrity. The narrative bends each incident to fit the predetermined mold, smoothing over complicating facts, ignoring mundane explanations. It creates a canon of mystery, where the same 24 cases are recycled in books, television specials, and online forums, each retelling adding another layer of spectral varnish to the facts. Even the geography of the legend is fluid. The triangle's vertices are often vaguely defined. Some accounts stretch it as far north as the Virginia Capes to swallow the Cyclops. Others extend it eastward into the open Atlantic. Its size is arbitrarily given as 500,000 square miles, but it is a shape without a surveyor. This elasticity is key to its survival. If a disappearance happens near the edges, the boundaries can be subtly redrawn to include it. The zone becomes a kind of psychic territory, a map of our anxieties rather than a chart of real hazards. This stands in stark contrast to places with genuine documented dangers like the Goodwin Sands or the Cape of Good Hope, where the hazards are specific, geological and measurable. The Triangle's danger is narrative, not nautical. It is a story we have chosen to believe, and in believing, we have made it real in our collective imagination, if not on the navigational charts used by the world's merchant fleets. The legacy of the Bermuda Triangle is not just a collection of spooky stories, it has real-world consequences. It can divert attention from the actual, preventable causes of maritime disasters. It can overshadow the need for better safety regulations, improved vessel design, and more rigorous training. When a tragedy is mythologized, the lessons it might teach are often lost. The focus shifts from the failure of a weld or the error in a navigation calculation to speculation about alien forces or energy vortices. The sailors and aviators who perish become characters in a supernatural thriller rather than human beings whose deaths might inform safer practices for those who follow. This is perhaps the greatest disservice of the legend. It disrespects the dead by replacing the truth of their struggle with a fantasy. The crew of the Resolven, the men of the Cyclops, they battled a real ocean. They deserve to be remembered for that battle, not as pawns in a paranormal puzzle. So why does the myth endure even in the face of all the evidence? Because the ocean remains fundamentally unknown to us. We have mapped its surface with satellites, but its deepest abysses are less familiar than the surface of Mars. A ship sinking into that darkness touches a primal fear. The Bermuda Triangle gives that fear a name and a face. It is a campfire story for a technological age, a way of acknowledging the terror of the deep while pretending we have it circumscribed. We cling to the mystery because the alternative, accepting that the sea is an omnipresent, impartial killer, is somehow more frightening. The legend allows us to be fascinated by the danger, rather than merely resigned to it. It turns the vast, anonymous cemetery of the Atlantic into a haunted house with a specific address, a place we can choose to visit or avoid in our imaginations. The story of the Resolven, absorbed and transformed by the Triangle myth, is a lesson in how history is edited by folklore. Her fate was ordinary, her risks quantifiable. Yet, she was drafted into a legend because she sailed in the wrong place at the wrong cultural moment. Her disappearance became a piece of evidence in a case built not on facts, but on a craving for narrative coherence in a chaotic world. As we leave the invented geography of the Triangle behind, we turn to a mystery born not from myth, but from the very real and documented chaos of war. In the autumn of 1917, as the First World War raged, a small British sailing barge named the Zebrina set out on a routine coal run across the English Channel. The Channel was then the most dangerous stretch of water on the planet, stalked by German U-boats, sown with mines, and patrolled by warships. The Zebrina completed her crossing, but when she arrived she was empty. Her cargo was intact, her hull was undamaged, but her crew of 5 men was gone. In a sea choked with violence and surveillance, her desertion presented a different kind of puzzle, one where the enemy was known, The dangers were catalogued, and yet the disappearance made no sense at all. The English Channel has always been a place of ghosts. It is a narrow, restless corridor of grey water that has carried the hopes and fears of nations for 1,000 years. On its surface, the tides of history are visibly written, the wakes of invasion fleets, the silent passage of merchant vessels, the predatory glide of warships. It is a sea of constant traffic and constant peril, where the line between a routine crossing and a permanent disappearance can be as thin as the morning mist. In the autumn of 1907, that line was all but erased. The Channel had become a killing ground, a submerged battlefield where an invisible enemy hunted with mechanical precision. Into this charged and deadly arena sailed a small, unremarkable vessel on a short, familiar journey. She would become a perfect wartime mystery, a vessel that reached its destination without its soul, a question mark written in salt and coal dust upon a French beach. Her name was the Zebrina. She was a workhorse of the coastal trade, a 109-foot sailing barge built for burden, not for speed. Her world was the practical, gritty business of moving bulk cargoes between the ports of Britain and Northern Europe, bricks, timber, grain, coal. She was a familiar sight, her broad hull and simple rigging, a testament to an older, slower maritime age that was rapidly being eclipsed by steam and steel. In mid-October of 1917, her holds were filled with a cargo of Welsh coal, destined for the French port of Saint-Brieuc. It was a vital wartime supply run, coal to fuel the industries and perhaps the homes of a battered ally. Her crew was minimal, a captain and 4 men, 5 lives entrusted to the wind, the tide, and the dreadful lottery of a war being fought beneath the waves. On October the 15th, she departed Falmouth on England's southwestern tip. The passage to northern Brittany, under normal conditions, was a matter of 2, perhaps 3 days. It was a journey her captain had likely made dozens of times, but conditions were not normal. The Zebrina sailed out of a crowded harbour and into the most dangerous 70 miles of salt water on the planet. 2 days later, on the morning of October the 17th, French fishermen near Cherbourg saw a vessel aground on the rocky shore. They approached cautiously, expecting wreckage, expecting tragedy. What they found was profoundly unsettling. The Zebrina was sitting upright, her hull entirely intact. Her cargo of coal was still neatly stowed in her holds, untouched. Her sails, though slack, were still set. She was a ship in perfect working order, simply parked upon the land as if by a giant's hand. The fishermen clambered aboard. They found the ship deserted. Not a soul remained. The crew's personal effects were in their quarters. There was no sign of a struggle, no evidence of fire or explosion, no lifeboats missing. The galley was cold, the bunks were empty. The Zebrina had arrived in France, but her people had vanished somewhere in the grey expanse between one coast and the other. She was a fully functional machine, a completed journey from which the human element had been cleanly and completely extracted. To understand the sheer improbability of this scene, one must step into the reality of the English Channel in the autumn of 1917. This was the peak of the German U-boat campaign, an attempt to strangle Britain by severing its maritime lifelines. The statistics are numbing. In that year alone, German submarines sank over 6 million tons of Allied shipping. The Channel was not just a busy seaway, it was a shooting gallery. Convoys of merchant ships, shepherded by swift destroyers, ran a daily gauntlet. The sea itself was weaponized, sown with drifting mines that turned familiar lanes into lethal puzzles. The sky hummed with patrol aircraft, the surface was sliced by the bows of warships, and beneath it all, the U-boats glided like silent steel sharks. For a small, slow, unarmed sailing barge like the Zebrina, making this passage alone was an act of profound vulnerability. Every shadow on the water could be a periscope. Every distant explosion could be a ship dying. The Channel in 1917 was a place where vessels disappeared with terrifying frequency, but they left evidence: oil slicks, floating debris, bodies, the echoing thunder of a torpedo strike. The Zebrina left nothing but silence. This is what makes her case so peculiarly haunting, even against the horrific backdrop of the war at sea. The standard explanations for a wartime disappearance simply do not fit. Consider a U-boat attack. A torpedo would have shattered her wooden hull, sending coal and timber flying. Gunfire from a surfaced U-boat would have left scorch marks, splintered wood, and very likely survivors in a lifeboat or bodies in the water. A mine strike would have blown a catastrophic hole in her bottom. She would never have reached the French coast intact, riding high on her lines. And then there are the records. Meticulous German naval archives, the Kriegsmarine's own war diaries, were scoured in the aftermath. There is no entry, no report from any U-boat commander claiming an engagement with a British sailing barge in that specific sector of the Channel on October the 15th or 16th. No boast of a sinking, no log of prisoners taken. The Zebrina's disappearance occurred in a documented vacuum. It was as if the war, for one brief moment, opened a quiet pocket in the chaos, swallowed 5 men, and closed again without a sound. So, what happened on that short passage? The most persistent and plausible theory is one that requires us to reconstruct a specific, chilling scenario on the open water. Imagine the Zebrina under sail, her crew watching the horizon. A U-boat surfaces nearby, not to destroy her, but to intercept her. A boarding party, or simply shouted orders through a megaphone, commands the crew to abandon their vessel and come aboard the submarine. This was not unheard of. U-boats sometimes took prisoners for interrogation, especially the masters of small coastal vessels who might have useful information about channel traffic, convoy schedules, or minefield locations. The 5 men clamber onto the slippery steel deck of the U-boat, prisoners of war. But then, the situation changes. Perhaps the lookouts spot the smoke of an approaching Allied destroyer on the horizon. Perhaps an aircraft engine is heard. The U-boat captain has seconds to make a decision. He cannot tow the barge. He cannot leave witnesses on a vessel that could raise an immediate alarm. His priority is the survival of his own boat and crew. He gives the order to dive. The hatches slam shut. the submarine plunges beneath the waves, leaving the Zebrina drifting utterly empty. And the 5 British sailors? They are now trapped aboard a submerged submarine, non-combatant prisoners in a warship designed for 40 men, now forced to remain submerged and silent for hours, perhaps days. Their ultimate fate is a separate, darker mystery. The Zebrina, her sails still set, simply continues on the wind and tide until she gently runs aground on the coast of France, a ship delivered without a pilot. This theory has a compelling logic, but it is built on a foundation of missing evidence. And that absence is itself a key part of the story. The detailed war diaries of the U-boat fleet, the very records that could confirm or deny such an encounter, did not survive the Second World War intact. They were partially destroyed in Allied bombing raids on German archives. The paper trail that might have solved the Zebrina mystery was itself incinerated in the fires of a later conflict. We are left with a historical echo, an event recorded only by its aftermath. The silence in the German records is not proof that nothing happened, it is proof that the full story is irrevocably lost. The Zebrina thus becomes a double ghost, haunted by the loss of her crew and haunted by the loss of the very documents that might explain it. She is a mystery preserved in the amber of 20th century warfare's own destructive fervor. What happened to the Zebrina after she became a ghost ship is almost as remarkable as the disappearance itself. Unlike the Mary Celeste, which was doomed by her notoriety, the Zebrina was salvaged. She was refloated, repaired, and put back to work. For nearly 2 more decades, she sailed the coastal routes, carrying cargoes for new owners and new crews. One can only wonder what those subsequent sailors felt, knowing they walked decks from which 5 men had once vanished without a trace. Was there a superstition attached to her? A sense of unease in certain weathers, on certain stretches of the channel? The ship herself seemed untroubled, a sturdy testament to British shipbuilding. Her end, when it came, was prosaic and unambiguous. In 1936, caught in a fierce storm in the Irish Sea, the Zebrina foundered and sank. There was no mystery this time. She was simply overwhelmed by the sea. In this, she is unique among the vessels in our chronicle. She is one of the very few ghost ships whose physical hull survived its haunting long enough to sail again, to have a second life. She was not a cursed wreck, but a working vessel that carried its strange history like a hidden stain, a secret known only to those who remembered the headlines of 1917. The story of the Zebrina is a wartime parable. It is a tale of a violence so pervasive and institutionalized that it could produce anomalies, strange and quiet eddies in the torrent of destruction. Her intact hull on that French beach was a message in a bottle from the chaos of the channel, a message that said, "Something happened here that does not fit the known patterns." It reminds us that for all the grand strategies and tonnage statistics of naval warfare, the ocean's mysteries often occur on a human scale. 5 men on a barge, a sudden appearance on a conning tower, a terrible choice made in a split second. The Zebrina's mystery is not one of supernatural forces, but of the brutal, practical realities of modern war, where the fate of individuals can be rendered invisible by the scale of the conflict itself. Her empty decks are a monument to the specific, personal unknowns that are the true cost of any battle. As we leave the tense, grey waters of the English Channel, we turn our gaze to a different coast, one where the danger came not from hidden submarines, but from the land itself. A place where jagged rock and navigational arrogance conspired to create one of the most harrowing and preventable disasters in maritime history. It is a story not of mysterious vanishings, but of a terrible impact witnessed in slow motion, not of empty ships, but of a ship fatally full of people who saw their salvation just out of reach. From the silent mystery of the Zebrina, we journey to the screaming chaos of the graveyard of the Pacific. The Pacific Northwest coast holds a particular kind of silence. It is a landscape of deep green fjords and towering cedars, of mist that clings to the shoreline like a shroud. For the mariners of the early 20th century, this was a frontier, a place of immense wealth in timber and fish, but also a labyrinth of hidden dangers. The sea here speaks in the crash of swell against rock, in the mournful cry of a foghorn echoing through the damp air. And in that sound, if we listen closely enough, some say you can still hear the echoes of a single night in January, when a ship's lights vanished into the rain, and the rocks claimed a terrible price. This is a story not of a vessel that vanished without trace, but of one that died in plain sight, within shouting distance of salvation, a story that carved its tragedy so deeply into the coast that it birthed both a trail and a ghost. The SS Valencia was a workhorse of the coastal trade, a 1,598-ton passenger steamship built in Philadelphia in 1882. By 1906, she was 24 years old, a veteran of the Pacific Run, operated by the Pacific Coast Steamship Company. Her route was a familiar one, from San Francisco north to Seattle, via the bustling ports of Oregon and Washington. On January 20th, she departed San Francisco's Pier 32 with a complement of 173 souls, crew, passengers, and 9 officers under the command of Captain Oscar M. Johnson. The passengers were a cross-section of the coast life, gold prospectors heading for Alaska, merchants, families, and several children. The cargo hold was filled with general merchandise, canned goods, and the mail. The weather was typically poor for a January crossing, but the Valencia was considered a sturdy, reliable vessel. She pushed northward, her single propeller driving her through mounting seas and into a gathering curtain of mist and rain. The voyage was uncomfortable, but not extraordinary. The passengers settled into the rhythm of life at sea, unaware that every turn of the propeller was bringing them closer to a navigational error of catastrophic proportions. Captain Johnson was an experienced sailor, but he was navigating by dead reckoning, a method of estimating position based on speed, time, and compass direction. In the persistent fog and overcast skies, he had been unable for days to take a celestial sighting to fix his exact location. He believed, based on his calculations, that the Valencia was approaching the Strait of Juan de Fuca from the southwest. This narrow passage between the Olympic Peninsula of Washington and Vancouver Island is the gateway to the sheltered inland waters of Puget Sound. It is a well-marked but treacherous entrance, flanked by the deadly rock teeth of the Pacific coast. Unbeknownst to Johnson, his calculations were fatally flawed. The strong coastal currents and the relentless poor visibility had conspired to place his ship not off the strait, but approximately 40 miles further south, directly off the brutal, unlit western shore of Vancouver Island. This was a coastline known to sailors as the Graveyard of the Pacific. On the night of January 22, 1906, the error reached its climax. Believing he was safely west of the strait, Captain Johnson gave the order to turn east. He was, in fact, ordering his ship to run directly ashore. At approximately 11:15, in pitch darkness and a howling southeasterly gale, the SS Valencia struck with a sickening, grinding roar. She drove at full speed onto the submerged reefs just off Baychimo Point. The impact was violent and immediate. The rock teeth tore into her hull below the waterline, ripping open her plates and flooding the forward compartments. The ship shuddered to a halt, pinned fast, her bow facing the shore but separated from it by a churning cauldron of surf and rock. The force of the waves began to swing her broadside to the coast, exposing her full length to the ocean's fury. On deck, pandemonium erupted. Passengers, many in their nightclothes, were thrown from their bunks. The sound of tearing metal mixed with the screams of the terrified and injured. The ship's lights flickered and died, plunging everyone into a darkness broken only by the white foam of breaking waves. The immediate instinct was to launch the lifeboats. This is where the disaster transformed from a shipwreck into a massacre. The Valencia carried 7 lifeboats, a number that technically met the regulations of the time. But those regulations were designed for calm, orderly abandonments in open water, not for a ship being pounded to pieces on a lee shore in a storm. The lifeboats were swung out on their davits, but the violent motion of the wrecked ship made loading them a deadly lottery. As the first boats were lowered, the surging water either capsized them instantly or dashed them against the Valencia's own iron hull. Women and children, following the maritime code of women and children first, were placed into these death traps. One after another, the boats were swallowed by the chaos. A few men managed to clamber into one boat that was launched from the stern. It was swamped immediately, but some clung to the wreckage and were later washed ashore. Of the 7 lifeboats, 6 were destroyed in the launching or shortly after. The 7th, inexplicably, was left on its davits unused. Those who could scrambled higher. Passengers and crew clawed their way up into the rigging and onto the deck house, clinging to any handhold as waves swept the decks clean. The ship was breaking up. From their precarious perches, the survivors could see lights on the shore, the flicker of a cabin window in the dense rainforest. They could even see, later, the lights of rescue ships that had picked up their wireless distress calls, a new technology the Valencia fortunately carried. The passenger steamer SS City of Topeka and the revenue cutter USRC Grant arrived on the scene. But here was another layer of the tragedy. The surf was so tremendous, the rocks so perilous, that neither vessel could approach close enough to effect a rescue. They stood by, powerless, as the Valencia was systematically dismantled by the sea. Rockets were fired from the wreck toward the shore, but they fell short. A line-throwing gun existed at the Bamfield life-saving station just miles away, but the rugged, trackless wilderness of the coast made reaching the site before dawn an impossibility. For hours, the nightmare continued. The survivors in the rigging, mostly men who had physically fought their way to the highest points, were forced to listen to the sounds of those below them perishing. As the ship's structure groaned and collapsed section by section, women and children who had sought refuge in the stern cabins were trapped and drowned. Their screams, audible to the men above, lasted for hours before finally being silenced by the cold water. By the time dawn's grey light filtered through the rain and mist, the scene was one of utter devastation. The Valencia was a shattered hulk, her back broken, surrounded by floating debris and bodies. Of the 173 people who had been aboard, only 37 would survive, every one of them a man. Not a single woman or child lived. They had followed the rules of civilization to the letter, and the sea had taken them all. The immediate aftermath was a national scandal. Inquiries in Seattle and Victoria laid bare a chain of negligence and inadequate preparation. Captain Johnson's fatal navigational error was the primary cause, but the investigation spotlighted the woefully insufficient life-saving infrastructure on the wild west coast of Vancouver Island. The Bamfield station's crew, heroic in their efforts once they finally hacked their way through the forest, had been too far away, their equipment useless at that distance. The public outrage was deafening. It demanded change, and change did come, directly from the bones of the Valencia. The Canadian government commissioned the construction of a life-saving trail along the most treacherous stretch of the coast, from Bamfield to Port Renfrew. It was a hard-packed path through the rainforest, with shelters and telephone lines, so that keepers from the lighthouses at Carmana and Pachena could reach any future wreck site with ropes, breeches buoys, and medical supplies. This path, built from the necessity born of that night, is today world famous, the West Coast Trail. But the story of the Valencia was not finished with official reports and new trails. The coast began to tell its own stories. In 1910, 4 years after the disaster, a fishing boat in Berkeley Sound, well to the north of the wreck site, came across a lifeboat drifting serenely on calm water. It was one of the Valencias, perfectly preserved, its paint still fresh, its lettering clear. There was no sign of weathering, no barnacles, as if it had been launched the day before. It was an impossible object, a relic that defied time and the corrosive power of the sea. And then the sightings began. Mariners, particularly fishermen working the misty banks near Pachena Point, began to report a phantom steamer. They would see it materialize in the fog, a spectral vessel matching the Valencia's description, sometimes with a ghostly light glowing from its pilot house. Most chillingly, they reported that its decks appeared to be crowded with silent, unmoving figures. These stories persisted for decades, becoming woven into the local lore of the graveyard of the Pacific. The ghost ship was said to be a recurring echo of the tragedy, a manifestation of the unresolved anguish of that night. Some rationalized it as a trick of the light and fog, a mirage born of guilt and memory. But for those who claimed to have seen it, the vision was as real as the rocks themselves. It served as a permanent spectral memorial to the 136 who died, and particularly to the women and children whose voices had echoed across the water until the sea finally took them. The Valencia's ghost was a reminder that some wounds on a landscape never fully heal. The historical legacy of the Valencia disaster is one of painful, incremental progress. It exposed, with brutal clarity, the systemic failures of an era. Navigation was still reliant on fallible human calculation in one of the world's most difficult coastal environments. Lifeboat regulations were a bureaucratic fantasy, useless against the physics of a surf-swept reef. Rescue coordination was fragmented and geographically hamstrung. The Valencia tragedy should have been a clarion call for international maritime safety reform, and it was, but only locally. The Pacific route saw improvements, more lighthouses, better trails, increased wireless coverage. Yet the broader, global shipping industry largely continued as before. The lessons of the Valencia were written in water, and they faded from the world's memory until a much larger, more famous disaster 6 years later would force the issue. When the Titanic sank in 1912, the parallels were grimly evident. The insufficient lifeboats, the women and children first protocol that still resulted in catastrophic loss of life, the reliance on technology that proved fallible. The Valencia had been a preview, a horrifyingly specific rehearsal for a global tragedy. In the end, the SS Valencia occupies a unique and harrowing space in the annals of ghost ships. She is not a mystery of disappearance, like the Mary Celeste. Her fate is meticulously documented, her wreck site known, her errors catalogued. Her ghost is not one of silence but of sound, the remembered screams from the rigging, the crash of lifeboats, the roar of water in the dark. She is a ghost born from witnessed suffering and systemic failure. The trail she inspired still winds through the coastal rainforest, now hiked by thousands seeking wilderness beauty, many unaware of the anguish that forged its path. And on certain fog-bound nights off Vancouver Island, fishermen still glance over their shoulders, watching the mist for a shape that should not be there. The Valencia story is a testament to the fact that the sea's most enduring ghosts are not those that vanish, but those that are forced to die in full view, teaching lessons that, for a time, the world refused to learn. This brutal intersection of human error and natural fury finds a strange echo in another infamous graveyard, one made not of rock but of shifting sand. For every hard coast like Vancouver Island, there is a soft, insidious trap. In the narrow waters of the English Channel, just off the Kent coast, lies a vast, submerged bank that has claimed ships for 1,000 years. Its name is the Goodwin Sands, and it is a place where the seafloor itself is the predator. And into that hungry sand, a century and a half before the Valencia was even built, a legend was born, a story of jealousy, a wedding voyage, and a deliberate turn into doom. This is the tale of the Lady Lovibond, a ghost ship said to return every 50 years, not as a silent spectre, but as a celebration frozen in time, a party on the edge of oblivion. There is a place in the English Channel where the seafloor remembers. It is not rock, nor cliff, nor reef. It is a memory made of sand. A 10-mile stretch of pale, shifting granules that lies in wait just a few feet beneath the surface of the grey Dover Strait. For centuries, sailors have known its name with a particular dread, the Goodwin Sands. A shoal that breeds with the tide, that changes shape with every storm, that has swallowed ships whole and then, decades later, spat out a fragment of their bones. It is a landscape that defies the very idea of permanence. Here, the ground is liquid. The past is not buried, it is merely waiting its turn to surface. And from this unstable, hungry ground grew one of Britain's most enduring nautical ghost stories. Not a story of ice, or war, or mechanical failure, but a tale of human passion so violent it was said to stain the very waters, repeating its tragedy across the centuries. This is the legend of the Lady Lovibond. The Goodwin Sands are a geological anomaly, a submerged island of quicksand in one of the world's busiest shipping lanes. They lie 6 miles off the coast of Kent, a silent, shifting trap between the open channel and the relative safety of the Downs anchorage. For over 500 years, they have been a navigational nightmare. The sands are in constant slow motion, sculpted by currents that can shift a sandbank the height of a house in a single season. Their position on charts is always an approximation. In foul weather, with visibility low and the tidal pull fierce, a captain's slight miscalculation could place his ship not in deep water, but on a rising shelf of liquid sand. The impact is deceptively soft. A ship runs aground, often with little initial damage, but then the tide recedes. The vessel settles, listing into the sand, and when the tide returns, it does not lift the ship free. Instead, the waves begin their work, pounding the stranded hull against the unstable, grinding bottom. Within hours, a stout wooden ship could be broken apart, its crew and cargo scattered and swallowed. The numbers are staggering. Historians estimate more than 2,000 vessels have been lost on the Goodwins. They have been called the Great Ship Swallower, and the name is not poetic exaggeration. It is a blunt description of function. The sands are a digestive tract for ships. The danger was so profound and constant that it spawned its own unique rescue culture. The towns of Deal, Walmer and Kingsdown on the Kent coast became famous for their lifeboatmen, men who would launch into hurricane-force winds and monstrous seas to reach a vessel pounding itself to splinters on the sands. They worked in the knowledge that the sands they were racing toward were as much a threat to their own open boats as to the ship they sought to save. The stories from the Goodwins are not just tales of loss, but of extraordinary, often futile bravery. In the Great Storm of 1703, known as the Great Storm, 13 warships of the Royal Navy were driven onto the sands and destroyed, with the loss of over 2,000 sailors in a single night. The wrecks were so numerous that for weeks afterwards, local villagers scavenged the beaches for timber, cordage, and the terrible bounty of washed-up bodies. The sands were a communal trauma, a recurring nightmare for the entire coastline. It was from this fertile ground of genuine, documented catastrophe that a more personal, more haunting story would eventually grow. A story that gave a name, a face, and a motive to the sand's appetite. The legend begins, as all good legends must, with a specific date, the evening of February 13th, 1748. It was, the story goes, a night of celebration aboard the three-masted schooner Lady Lovibond. Her captain, a man named Simon Peel, was bringing his beautiful new bride Annetta on her maiden voyage from London to the Portuguese port of Oporto. The hold was laden with a valuable cargo, the mood was festive, and the captain had invited guests to join them for the journey, turning a commercial run into a wedding party at sea. But below decks a heart festered. The ship's first mate, John Rivers, was said to have been deeply in love with Annetta himself. Some versions say he was a former suitor, others that his passion was a secret, unrequited obsession. As the celebration carried on in the captain's cabin with music and laughter, Rivers was consumed by a jealous rage. He watched the man he served, the friend he may have had, toast his happiness with the woman Rivers desired. And as the helmsman was distracted by the revelry, Rivers is said to have taken his chance. He seized the wheel, and with deliberate murderous intent, he altered course not for the open channel, but directly for the known, dreaded shoals of the Goodwin sands. The night was clear, the wind fair. There would have been no reason for alarm until the very last moment. The lookout might have seen the water change colour, from deep channel blue to the pale, treacherous green over sand. He might have heard the sound of the sea change, from a deep roar to the shallower, hissing crash of waves on a bank. By then, it would have been too late. The Lady Lovibond, under full sail, would have driven hard onto the sand with a terrible, grinding shudder. The celebration would have ended in an instant. The music replaced by the scream of twisting timber and the shouts of confused men. The sands do not give second chances. As the tide left her, the ship would have been pinned, helpless. And when the waters returned, the waves, in that exposed position, would have made short, brutal work of the vessel. Captain Peel, his bride, his guests, his crew, and the vengeful John Rivers all perished together, claimed by the sands his jealousy had chosen. It was a perfect Shakespearean maritime tragedy. Love, betrayal, and a cold, indifferent sea as the final judge. The story is compelling. It has all the elements of a timeless folk tale. But here, the historian's spade meets empty ground. Despite the precise date, the named characters, and the dramatic details, no shred of contemporary evidence for the Lady Lovibond has ever been found. The wreck is not listed in Lloyd's of London's legendary lost books, which meticulously recorded maritime disasters for insurance purposes. The archives of Trinity House, the authority responsible for lighthouses and wrecks in English waters, hold no mention of her. A search through 18th century newspapers, which relished reporting such dramatic local disasters, yields nothing from February 1748 about a schooner lost with a captain's bride aboard. The first known publication of the Lady Lovibond story appears not in the 1700s, but in the late 19th century, over 150 years after the alleged event. It emerged during the Victorian era's great fascination with ghost stories and romanticized nautical folklore. Historians and maritime archivists are virtually unanimous. The Lady Lovibond, as a specific historical vessel, almost certainly never existed. She is a phantom born from paper and imagination, not from oak and iron. But that does not make her insignificant. Her creation tells us something important about how communities process trauma and mystery. The legend, however, did not stop with a single sinking. It grew a supernatural limb. It was said that such was the violence of the emotion that sealed the ship's fate, the tragedy could not rest. The ghost of the Lady Lovibond was condemned to reenact her final journey, reappearing on the Goodwin sands every 50 years, on the anniversary of that fatal February 13th. The sightings form their own curious timeline. In 1798, exactly 50 years later, sailors from Deal reportedly saw a ghostly schooner under full sail drive onto the sands and vanish. In 1848, the legend had grown sufficiently that lifeboat crews, alerted by reports of a distressed vessel, launched into a stormy night. They found nothing but empty, raging sea. The same thing happened in 1898. Lifeboatmen searched in vain for a ship whose lights had been seen, whose cries had been heard. Each investigation concluded that it was a mirage, a trick of the light and weather, or the collective imagination anticipating the legend. By the 20th century, the cycle was part of local folklore. The year 1948 passed with reported sightings from fishermen and coast watchers. And when 1998 arrived, the anniversary was met not by superstitious sailors, but by modern ghost hunters with recording equipment, who spent a cold February night on the Kent coast and documented nothing more supernatural than the chill and the sound of the waves. The power of the legend lies in this 50-year cycle. It gives the story a rhythm, a predictability that feels like a natural law. It transforms a one-time tragedy into a perpetual echo, a piece of history stuck in a loop. This cyclical haunting is a common feature of British folklore, often tied to the anniversary of a great wrong or a moment of intense passion. It suggests a wound in time itself, one that bleeds periodically. For the communities around the Goodwin Sands, the Lady Lovibond became a personification of the sands' inherent danger. Instead of a random geological hazard, the ships were claimed by a specific, tragic ghost. It made the incomprehensible, a shifting sandbank that swallows the innocent, into a narrative with a motive, however twisted. It replaced chaos with story, and the story was reinforced by a very real, very tangible phenomenon. The Goodwin Sands do give up their dead, not as ghosts, but as wreckage. The sands are not just a graveyard, they are an ever-changing museum. A 2006 marine archaeological survey using sonar and magnetometers identified the remains of over 50 distinct shipwrecks embedded in the sands. These are real vessels from the 17th, 18th and 19th centuries, warships, merchantmen, fishing smacks. The shifting currents periodically scour the sand away from these hulks, exposing them for a few days or weeks. Local fishermen have long told of seeing the stark skeletal timbers of an old wreck appear at low tide, a macabre landmark that might vanish again with the next big storm. In the days before modern archaeology, what would a fisherman make of such a sight? A ship's bones emerging from the deep without warning. It would be easy to believe it was a new wreck. It would be easier still, in the fog of a February night, for that emerging wreck to be mistaken for a ship in the act of wrecking. The natural world provided the special effects. the groaning of waterlogged timber, the spectral shape in the mist, the lights of other vessels reflecting on wet sand. The legend provided the script. The Lady Lovibond is a classic example of a phenomenon known as wreck folklore, where a known physical wreck site becomes the anchor for a dramatic, often romantic story that explains its presence. So, if the ship is a fiction, what truth does the Lady Lovibond hold? She represents a deep human need to moralize the sea. The ocean is fundamentally amoral. It does not punish the wicked or reward the virtuous. It simply is. A storm drowns the saint and the sinner with equal indifference. This is a difficult, terrifying concept to live with, especially for communities that send their men out onto that water. Folklore steps into this void. By creating a story where a ship is lost because of a first mate's jealousy, the sea's randomness is replaced with a clear cause and effect. The disaster becomes a punishment for a specific human sin: betrayal, rage, a broken heart. It is a narrative template found in seafaring cultures across the globe. The Flying Dutchman condemned for blasphemy, the Lady Lovibond for jealousy. These stories are not history, but they are a form of psychology. They are how sailors and their families made sense of the unthinkable loss that could arrive with any tide. The Lady Lovibond legend is ultimately a story about the Goodwin sands themselves. It is the sands, in the guise of a betrayed lover, claiming their tribute. The tale endures because the sands endure, a constant shifting threat in the age of radar and GPS. Ships still go aground there. The lifeboats still launch. The legend also speaks to the power of place. The Goodwin Sands are a unique, almost mythical location in the British imagination. They are not solid land, yet they are not sea. They exist in a liminal state, a borderland between elements. Such places are traditionally where the veil between worlds is thin, where the past can bleed into the present. The 50-year cycle of the haunting taps into a human sense of cyclical time, of seasons and generations, rather than linear history. It connects the 18th century to the 19th, to the 20th, suggesting that some events are too powerful to be confined to a single moment. They become part of the landscape's rhythm, as reliable as the tides that cover and reveal the sands. In this way, the Lady Lovibond is more real than any single wreck. She is the collective memory of all the wrecks, the embodiment of the fear every sailor feels when passing that stretch of water on a dark night. She is the story told to explain why the sandbank is hungry. And in the end, perhaps that is a more profound kind of truth than a simple entry in a logbook. The Goodwin Sands continue their slow, patient work. They will claim more ships, though perhaps fewer now with modern navigation. They will expose more wrecks, giving archaeologists glimpses of real tragedies whose stories are lost to time. And the legend of the Lady Lovibond will persist, a beautiful, tragic fiction grafted onto a very real and dangerous ground. It reminds us that our need for story is as powerful as any ocean current. We cannot abide a mystery without a plot, a disaster without a villain, a loss without a reason, so we provide them. We conjure a captain's bride, a jealous mate, and a wedding voyage turned funeral. We give the hungry sands a motive, and in doing so, we make the unpredictable sea feel, for a moment, like a place where human emotions still hold sway. But the sea is not a moralist. Its ghosts are of our own making, stories we cast upon the waters to keep the vast, indifferent dark at bay. The next ghost ship, however, would be no legend. It would be a very real, very large and very modern problem, a steel hull adrift and unmanned in the shipping lanes of the North Atlantic, a tangible threat born from bankruptcy and neglect, proving that the age of phantom vessels is far from over. The ocean has always been a place of endings. Ships that vanish into storms or into the deep become legends. But what of a ship that does not vanish? A ship that refuses to sink, that lingers on the surface, a hollowed-out shell adrift between worlds. This is a ghost story for a bureaucratic age, not a curse from the deep, but a consequence of paperwork. Not a mystery born of storm or battle, but of bankruptcy and neglect. It begins not with a scream, but with a court order. And it carries with it a cargo far more unsettling than any phantom crew. It carries a plague of teeth and hunger, a silent migration from a dead world. She was built for the ends of the earth. In 1976, in a Soviet shipyard, the MV Lyubov Orlova slid into the water, named for a celebrated actress of the Soviet screen. For over 3 decades, her purpose was defined by ice. She was a polar expedition cruise ship, a workhorse of science and tourism. Her hull was strengthened to navigate the pack ice of the Arctic and the Southern Ocean. Her decks hosted geologists, biologists, and adventurous travelers seeking the stark beauty of the poles. She carried them to penguin colonies under the midnight sun, through fjords where glaciers carved with thunderous roars. She was a place of life, of discovery, of hot coffee in the lounge after a bracing zodiac ride. She was a symbol of human reach. But empires fade and companies fail. By 2010, the Orlova's story had soured. Her owners were bankrupt, her crew unpaid. She sat tethered to a dock in St. John's, Newfoundland, a colourful stranger in a grey port. The Canadian authorities seized her, a tangible asset against a mountain of debt. For 2 years, she languished. The vibrant red of her hull began to dull under salt and neglect. The polished windows of her observation lounge stared blankly at the harbour. The ship that had danced with icebergs was now a prisoner of concrete and legal writs, her only visitors the wind and the gulls. The solution was scrap. In January 2013, a deal was struck. The derelict vessel would be towed across the Atlantic to the Dominican Republic, where her steel bones would be recycled. It was a mundane, practical end. A tugboat, the Charlene Hunt, secured a line to the Orlova's massive bow. They set out from Saint Mars. John's into the winter swells of the North Atlantic, but the ocean is indifferent to human schedules. On January 24th, in heavy seas, the tow line snapped. 4,000 tons of steel, a 9-story building laid on its side, was suddenly set free. The Charlene Hunt reported the break. The Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker CCGS Henry Larson was dispatched. For 2 days, in rolling seas and biting spray, crews attempted to reattach a line to the drifting hulk. It was a dangerous ballet of men and machinery alongside a wall of metal that rose and fell unpredictably. They failed. The weather worsened. The decision was made. The ship was too hazardous to approach further. The Henry Larson turned away. And with that, the MV Lyubov Orlova was cut loose in every sense. She was given to the Atlantic. What followed was a slow-motion spectacle of bureaucratic paralysis. Canada declared the ship was no longer its problem. Her registration was not Canadian. She was merely passing through. She was a ghost in the legal sense, a stateless entity. No nation raised a hand to claim responsibility for the colossal derelict now drifting eastward. The ocean currents became her only captain. She entered a silent realm between jurisdictions, a floating testament to a gap in the world's maritime laws. For weeks she drifted, a silent steel iceberg. Then a signal pierced the void. In late February, an emergency position indicating radio beacon and EPIRB activated aboard the Orlova. These devices are sealed in watertight casings. They trigger automatically when submerged. One had gone off, then another. The message was clear and electronic. The ship was taking on water. Somewhere in her lower decks, the Atlantic was claiming interior space. She was bleeding, but not dying. Not yet. Now, the drift became a threat with a trajectory. Maritime authorities in Europe began to track the predicted path. Oceanographic models, fed with wind and current data, painted a worrying line across their screens. The Orlova was being steered by the ocean's own logic toward the busiest sea lanes on the planet. She was heading for the coasts of Ireland, the United Kingdom, and Norway. A 4,000-ton vessel, dark and unlit, presenting a radar signature not unlike a small island, was on a collision course with container ships, oil tankers, and fishing fleets. The headlines wrote themselves, "Ghost ship headed for Europe. Derelict vessel could hit Irish coast." The story evolved from a curious incident into a genuine maritime hazard. Coast Guard stations from Shannon to Stavanger monitored their radar, imagining the blip that might appear one night, too late to avoid. And then, the story found its visceral hook, its element of primal dread. It came not from the bridge, but from the holds. Maritime biologists and pest control experts were consulted by the press. A ship abandoned for years, they noted, with stores of food in her galleys and pantries, would be a paradise for rats. Rodents stow away in ports as a matter of course. On a dead ship, with no humans to disturb them, their populations would explode. But ships are finite worlds. When the last sack of grain was consumed, when the last scrap of refuse was gnawed clean, what then? The experts stated the grim, logical conclusion. The rats would turn on each other. The Lyubov Orlova was not just a ghost ship, it was a floating rat king, a sealed ecosystem of cannibalism. The headline sharpened, "Cannibal Rat Ship Drifts Toward UK." The image was unforgettable, a rusting ark, carrying hundreds of starving, feral survivors across the ocean, a biblical plague made modern. It transformed the vessel from a navigational hazard into a thing of nightmare. The cold, bureaucratic failure had spawned a creature of pure, Gothic horror. The North Atlantic, however, keeps its own counsel. Despite the predictions, despite the watchful radar, the Lyubov Orlova never appeared on the European coastline. Searches were launched by Irish and British patrol aircraft and vessels. They scanned thousands of square miles of heaving grey water. They found nothing. The last confirmed contact remained those two EPIA B signals in February 2013. After that, silence. The ocean had swallowed the story, if not necessarily the ship. The most likely scenario is that the flooding the EPIA-Erbs detected finally won. A slow, internal surrender. A final intake of water that shifted her balance, that sent her bow or stern dipping beneath the surface, pulling the rest down in a slow, spiraling descent to the seabed. A 4,000-ton grave settling in the cold dark, far from any shipping lane. Yet because no wreckage was ever found, the door to possibility remains slightly ajar. Could the hull, still buoyant, have been caught in the great circular currents of the North Atlantic Gaia, joining the plastic and debris in a slow, endless rotation? It is possible, though improbable. After a decade adrift, exposed to North Atlantic storms, her fate is almost certainly a quiet one, far below. The legacy of the Lyubov Orlova is not mystery in the classical sense. We know what she was, where she came from, and how she was lost. There is no vanished crew, no cryptic log entry. Her significance is as a perfect case study of the modern ghost ship. She is a creature of loopholes. A ship owned by a bankrupt company, flagged under a convenience registry, seized in a foreign port, and then cut loose into international waters, a place often called the Commons, but which, in practice, can be a place of profound abandonment. No single nation had the clear jurisdiction or the political will to spend millions intercepting and towing a derelict that posed only a potential threat. She existed in a blind spot of global governance, a stark illustration of what happens when responsibility is diluted by law and economics. She was everyone's problem, and therefore no one's. The rats, that chilling detail, serve as a metaphor for the entire affair. They represent the unintended, grotesque consequences of neglect. A problem ignored does not vanish, it mutates, it festers, it becomes something wilder and more disturbing. The Lyubov Orlova's journey from respected expedition ship to cannibal rat-haunted derelict is a parable of decay, both physical and systemic. She tells us that in our modern world, a ghost ship is not always born of a storm or a curse. It can be manufactured through courtrooms and accounting ledgers, set adrift by a severed cable and a shrugged shoulder. Her story is a cold, administrative haunting. And it forces a question that echoes beyond her own fate in our interconnected world, crisscrossed by global trade and governed by complex treaties, who is ultimately responsible for the things we cast off? Who answers for the derelicts, the floating ghosts of our commerce and our failures? This question lingers, as persistent as the notion of the ship itself, still out there. The Lyubov Orlova's tale is a bridge from the older, romantic mysteries of the sea to a new kind of maritime anxiety. It is not about what the ocean hides from us, but about what our own systems release into it. It is a ghost story written in legal code and insurance claims. And as we conclude this chronicle of vanished vessels, from the cursed Dutchman to the rat-infested Orlova, we must step back from the individual mysteries. We must look at the ocean not as a collection of strange stories, but as a canvas upon which human fear, error, and ingenuity have been projected for centuries. What patterns emerge when we view all these ghosts together? What does the enduring, haunting silence of these empty decks ultimately tell us about ourselves and our relationship with the vast, indifferent sea? The final chapter awaits. The sea does not give up its dead easily. It holds them in the cold and the dark, in the crushing silence miles below the sun. For centuries, sailors have returned to port with stories not of monsters, but of absences. They speak of ships found drifting, sails set to a phantom wind, meals still warm on the galley stove, but with not a soul to account for their passage. These are the ghost ships. They are not merely wrecks. They are vessels severed from their human stories, adrift in a limbo between voyage and oblivion. From the phosphorescent spectre of the Flying Dutchman to the rusted, nameless hulk of the Jian Seng, these stories haunt our imagination because they present a puzzle the ocean itself refuses to solve. They are empty stages where the final act has been performed, but the script has been lost to the waves. These stories feel like random, terrifying flukes of fate. But if we step back from the individual mystery and look across the centuries, a pattern emerges from the fog. Ghost ships are not random. They cluster around specific, immense pressures in human history, each era producing its own distinctive kind of maritime disappearance. The age of sail and global trade expansion gave us the Mary Celeste, a merchant brigantine whose abandonment amidst a cargo of alcohol speaks to the sheer, vulnerable volume of ships crossing lonely oceans for profit. The two world wars created a different kind of ghost. Vessels like the Zebrina, vanishing in a channel choked with U-boats and mines, where disappearance could be a deliberate act of war or a tragic secret swallowed by state secrecy. The Cold War and its shadowy maritime practices perhaps birthed stories like the Ourang Medan, a tale laced with the paranoia of unseen chemical or radioactive threats. And our modern era, the age of globalized, often deregulated shipping, has produced the most bureaucratic of phantoms. Ships like the Lyubov Orlova, a debt-ridden hull cast adrift by legal and financial neglect, or the Jian Seng, a vessel with no past because its identity was deliberately erased for reasons of illicit trade or evasion. These are ghost ships born not of storm or superstition, but of spreadsheet and statute. They are symptoms. Each historical pressure point, economic ambition, total war, ideological conflict, deregulated commerce, stresses the complex, fragile system of men, machines, and the sea. And the symptom of that stress, sometimes, is a ship that sails on alone, a hollow artifact of a system pushed past its breaking point. Look closer at the clues left behind in these 16 cases, and you see the recurring fingerprints of the ocean's particular brand of erasure. It is the missing logbook, the captain's final thoughts ripped from the narrative. It is the abandoned meal, a mundane moment frozen and left to rot. It is the engine left running, the sails still set, the ship continuing its automated function long after its human purpose has vanished. These are not random details. They are the specific vulnerabilities of maritime life made visible. A sudden, catastrophic weather event like the storm that likely took the Waratah leaves no time for a coherent distress call. A mechanical failure, a rogue wave, a fire in the hold, each can trigger a chain of decisions, a panicked abandonment that the sea then obscures. Human conflict, whether the jealous rage attributed to the mate of the Lady Lovibond or the potential mutiny hinted at on the Carroll A. Deering introduces a chaos that the maritime environment amplifies and then conceals. But the most profound pattern is the absence of the pattern itself. The ocean offers no witnesses. It leaves no crime scene that survives intact. A struggle on a city street leaves evidence. A struggle on the deck of a ship in a gale is washed clean by the next wave. The crime scene is dynamic, dissolving, moving. It is the perfect place for a story to end mid-sentence, for a crew to simply cease to be, leaving behind only the vessel as a silent, unreadable tomb. In the face of such silence, we have turned to technology to be our witness, and it has delivered miracles of resolution. The wrecks of HMS Erebus and Terror, lost for over 70 years, were finally located on the Arctic seabed through sonar and perseverance, their preserved hulls answering the central question of where, if not the final how. DNA analysis has given names back to the unknown victims of the Titanic. Side-scan sonar and autonomous underwater vehicles map the graveyards of the deep, locating hundreds of long-lost wrecks, turning legend into archaeology. We can track a drifting derelict like the Lyubov Orlova via satellite. We can analyze the forensics of a modern yacht like the Kaz II with digital precision. Technology has pulled back the curtain on the ocean's depths. But in a profound irony, this flood of new information has not banished mystery, it has refined it. It has created a new category of ghost story. Now we have the mystery of the running engine, the open laptop, the prepared meal. The Kaz II systems were all functioning. The Joyita's faulty radio explained why no call was heard, but not why it was made. Technology gives us the context of the abandonment, but not the catalyst. It presents us with a scene of eerie normalcy interrupted, a snapshot of a moment when everything was, technically, fine. And then it wasn't. The more data we have, the sharper the question becomes, and the more haunting the ordinary details appear. The mystery is no longer about vast, unknown forces. It is about a specific, inexplicable decision made in a fully illuminated modern world. This process, this transformation of unexplained event into enduring legend, is itself a constant across the centuries. It is a human algorithm for processing the ocean's indifference. It begins with a real, tangible danger. The Cape of Good Hope was, and is, a notoriously deadly passage for sailing ships. From that brutal reality grew the elaborate legend of the Flying Dutchman and its blaspheming captain. The Goodwin sands have genuinely swallowed thousands of ships. From that documented graveyard grew the romantic, tragic tale of the Lady Lovibond and its jealous mate. The Bermuda Triangle is a region of real, though statistically normal, maritime loss. From that baseline of risk, a pop culture phenomenon was constructed. The legend is the narrative scar tissue that forms over a wound of ignorance. We cannot accept that a storm simply took the Waratah without a trace, so we imagine a catastrophic, instantaneous capsize. We cannot fathom the empty deck of the Mary Celeste, so we invent theories of seaquakes, piracy, or alien abduction. The legend provides a cause, a villain, a moral, a story where the ocean's random violence is replaced by a plot we can understand. It is how we domesticate the unthinkable, how we bring the vast, amoral silence of the sea into the realm of human drama and consequence. The ghost ship story is, at its heart, a coping mechanism for a species that fears the void. And we must remember the scale of that void. The ocean covers 71% of our planet's surface. Yet less than 20% of the seabed has been mapped to the same resolution as our topographic maps of Mars. We have better images of the lunar surface than of the vast abyssal plains that lie just off our own continental shelves. The deep ocean floor, with its trenches and mountains and alien ecosystems, remains a frontier more remote and less understood than the Red Planet. In this context, the persistence of maritime mystery is not a failure of our technology or our curiosity. It is the expected, the default condition. We live on a world where most of it is genuinely, profoundly unknown. That a ship, or even an entire aircraft, could vanish without leaving a definitive clue is not supernatural. It is a simple function of geography and scale. The ocean is not hiding its secrets, it is simply too vast to confess them all. This brings us to the final, enduring power of the ghost ship. It persists in our culture because it is the perfect metaphor. A ship is a microcosm of human society. It has a hierarchy, a purpose, a shared destiny. It is a bubble of warmth, light, and order moving through a cold, dark, chaotic universe. A ghost ship is that bubble, punctured. The order remains, the engine runs, the course is set, but the life within is gone. It is a civilization without its people. A world still turning, but emptied of the consciousness that gave it meaning. It is a haunting vision of our own fragility, of how easily the project of human endeavor can be hollowed out, leaving only the shell behind to drift. It speaks to our deepest fear of isolation, of being utterly and irrevocably separated from our kind. And ultimately, it is a metaphor for the limits of our own knowledge. Every ghost ship is a question mark written on the water. It is an acknowledgement that there are stories that will never have an ending, that there are pages in the book of human experience that will remain forever blank. The ocean keeps these secrets not through malice, but through its sheer, overwhelming presence. It is the ultimate archive, and its filing system is one of crushing pressure, perpetual darkness, and infinite volume. We began with a legend, a story of a captain who defied God and nature and was condemned to sail forever. We end with a recognition that the sea itself is the eternal sailor and we are merely temporary passengers upon it. The 16 mysteries we have sailed through are not anomalies in the maritime record. They are exemplars. They are bright, troubling flares sent up from the dark expanse of all we do not know. They remind us that for every mystery solved by a sonar ping or a DNA match, 100 others simply, the ghost ship endures because it is true. Not necessarily in its specific details of phantom crews or glowing apparitions, but in its fundamental premise. The ocean is silent. It takes more than it gives back. And in that silence we will always hear the echo of our own questions and the faint, haunting creak of a distant, empty deck moving through the endless night.